All right. So we finished going through the Dr. Fitch sort of chapter, the Fitch family chapter of the game. Um, so that's our first two founding families sort of covered. The Bartletts, who every 50 years had to bury their children, and the sepulcher boss that came up out of the ground. The Fitch family, who had to dismember their children for every 50 years for their side of the ritual. And Scarlet, who was the representation of Scarlet Fitch. So we defeated Scarlet, and we've gotten the Founder's Key, which means we can open up some new stuff in Town Hall. It's time to go back to Town Hall. Oh, really quickly before I make too much progress here, I'm also going to reset my capture card. Just because when I do these long streams, it tends to do some weird stuff. If the capture card has been active for too long, sometimes it'll make the audio sound weird. Sometimes it'll make the I don't know, things will desync. Weird stuff can happen. So just want to reset that, make sure that's still good. We didn't have the Fire X before when we visited Town Hall at the very beginning of the game. We get into some of these side rooms. And since I reloaded a save, there should still be some other supplies, some more healing stuff that I need to grab while we're here too. So when we were here earlier, I pointed out there's 3 portraits in the main Founders Hall showing the ancestors, the founders of Shepherd's Glen. But there was only one for the Bartlett family, the Fitch family, and the Holloway family. The Shepherd family one was missing. It was just a blank spot on the wall, and you could see something had been hanging there at one point. So this is that painting, or that portrait, that was originally in there. The Shepherd portrait. This is my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, Isaac Shepherd. He was one of the 4 founders, and they named the town after him. Why isn't this on the wall? So because the Shepherd family, ruined the ritual, they broke their pact, and now Shepherd's Glen is being taken over by the Otherworld, just like Silent Hill was. All because Alex is stupid. Because Alex Shepherd fucked up. The alternate title to this game. Alex Shepherd fucked up. Go ahead and make a save here. Yeah, everybody hates Alex. Oh. It's where Judge Holloway was before. Now she's gone. But we'll be seeing her pretty soon. Here we go. now, here's the serum that I didn't pick up when I reloaded that save at the beginning to show clipping into the wall to look at Adam Shepherd in the basement and then getting soft locked into the wall, and had to reload and like speedrun catch up to where I was. So we can pick that up now. Get that extra serum. I think that's everything in here. And then we just have the main Founders Hall. See, this is where the founder portraits are. So, Fitch family, Holloway family, and the Bartlett family. This is where that Shepherd's family painting he just saw was originally hung up until Alex ruined everything. Oh yeah, the photo of Mom and Judge Holloway talking in their house. History of Shepherd's Glen, we read all that at the beginning of the stream. This looks like a keyhole. So there's that founder's key marking. Big secret underground staircase. Right below Town Hall. Get out of my way. Headshot. Another headshot. So now we're starting to see a lot of the elements of the cult that are going on here in Shepherd's Glen. Big secret underground lair. And some of the cult's texts you find here. I'm kind of out of topic, but do you also like Lovecraftian horror? Anything in common between Silent Hill and Lovecraft? They are, I would imagine Team Silent were pretty influenced by a lot of Lovecraft works. One of the biggest aspects of fear in Lovecraftian horror is the fear of the unknown, and Silent Hill absolutely plays very heavily into that. Not so much very directly as it does a lot of its other influences, which are like Stephen King, David Lynch, little bit more modern than Lovecraft, but absolutely still plays an influence into it. This book looks ancient. The pages are all tattered. I can barely read the text. In defense of the tenants, it is necessary that one person preside over the punishments of any members who have fallen from the path. These rulings must be based on complete understanding of the laws set forth and must be executed without prejudice. The executor of law must not waive in the responsibility of enacting this power. He must declare his oath in public forum to uphold the ideals of the book. In God's name, so shall it be. So that represents the executor of law being Judge Holloway. how they have to punish people who fall from the path, people who diverge from the cult's beliefs, or in the case of the Shepherds, screw up their rituals. They have to be punished. And Judge Holloway, the one who doles out that punishment. This book looks ancient, but we can barely read the text. To continue on the path we have laid before us, it is vital that the people remember the road traveled. We must continually provide, update, and nurture accurate records of the past that cannot be challenged by outsiders. Once the lore has been handed over, the Keeper shall confine himself to an uncorrupted sanctuary. There he shall learn the history of the Founders. In God's name, so shall it be. So the Keeper of the lore, which I believe is the Fitch family, we find elements of that from Dr. Fitch. Later on, towards the end, he leaves behind a notebook. This book looks ancient. Pages are all tattered. In the pursuit of creating a more perfect way, rules must be followed and rules must be enforced. Any member who ignores this command shall be dealt with swiftly and in view of all. This shall ensure continued prosperity. It is therefore imperative that the effective Master of Arms not waver in the responsibility of enacting this power until his last day in this life. In God's name, so shall it be. So, Master of Arms and enforcing the rules, and they make Adam Shepherd, Alex's father, the sheriff. You could assume that that is his role. And with the truth of the old believers fractured, it is essential that one person maintain and effectuate the modern sectarian rites we have toiled so faithfully to create and protect. After taking up the mantle of this post, the performer of rites shall make a pilgrimage to the edge of the Forsaken region, and purify himself from the sins of the past. There he will beseech the forefathers for forgiveness and understanding. In God's name, so shall it be. Be for the Bartlett family. Wasn't it an accident that Alex drowned Ben? Who's Ben? Josh? It was all an accident, but it doesn't matter. Like, they had a very specific ritual they had to perform, or else there were consequences. The whole idea is that there's this very specific ritual that the founders of Shepherd's Glen have to perform every 50 years. And if something interferes with that ritual, the whole deal, the whole reason for performing it was to keep the otherworld, everything that was affecting Silent Hill that the cult was trying to get away from, would then affect their newly settled town of Shepherd's Glen. So, accident or not, doesn't matter. If they don't have a child to sacrifice, doesn't matter. If they sacrifice the wrong child, if it's not their firstborn, in the case of the Shepherd's family, doesn't matter. You break the ritual. You're going against the deal that was made. And once that ritual is broken, that's it. The effects of the otherworld are no longer being kept away from Shepherd's Glen, and Shepherd's Glen is now being affected by it, basically the same way it's affecting Silent Hill. So, that's all there is to it. They have to keep everything going. Every 50 years, sacrifice a child in a specific way, all of the founding families, and the Shepherds fucked it up. Alex went out onto a lake with his little brother Josh when he wasn't supposed to. They fought over a necklace. Josh fell and broke his neck and then fell into the water and drowned. And that was it. The ritual was fucked. Just all because Alex screwed up. Because Alex was the firstborn. He was the one who needed to be sacrificed, not Josh. And then, furthermore, Alex was not sacrificed even after Josh's death. He was sent away. His father tried to let him live but keep him hidden. So he sent him away from town, put him in a mental institution. Alex had a mental breakdown after Josh's death. He completely blocked it out. And just thought that he was a soldier who had been in war and injured in battle and sent to a military hospital. But yeah, that's the whole thing. That's the entire basis for the game. Is these founding families had to upkeep this ritual every 50 years, and the Shepherds, specifically Alex, fucked it up for everyone. So now all hell is breaking loose in Shepherd's Glen, and everybody hates Alex. If the whole soldier thing is wrong, how come he can fight like one? Because this is not a very well written story, and it contains something known in the business as plot holes. For the sake of it being an interesting video game, they gave it a bunch of combat mechanics. They said it's, in interviews before the game came out, they were like, Alex is a soldier, so he can fight and use all sorts of weapons as like a selling point of the game. But then when the game comes out, turns out he's not a soldier. There's no reason for him to fight like this. It's all just it's a plot hole. It's just game mechanic that they wanted to have as like a marketing tool. Hey, ceremonial dagger. And apparently Alex just ditches his combat knife because all we have is the ceremonial dagger now in its place. This ancient dagger is etched with strange markings. I swear I've seen it somewhere before. And its handle is actually a doorknob. So now we can go and use that dagger to open up various places that we passed around earlier, starting with this one. This is another one of those spots. I've seen a lot of people play Homecoming for their first playthrough, and I feel like, watching people's first playthroughs on Twitch, there's a few common things that I always see. And one of those is people getting stuck here and not knowing where to go next. They get this far and they get their knife and then they're like, okay, well, I guess I'll backtrack and go back to my house and try to use this. But then you can't go in the house and you can't really go back to any of the places you've been before. So you run all around town. Like, I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go. Because you miss this one little thing on the wall here. This one little thing where you're supposed to use the knife. Very easy to miss. And I've seen a lot of people overlook it. Wraith313 says, I would argue that he actually can't fight like one. His jacket and the flashlight are both Vietnam era, not modern by any standards, not even modern by decades old standards. That's because they're his dad's. Literally the whole soldier act is just because it's something that in his mind would have made his dad proud of him. And that was all he really wanted. That was all Alex really wanted. But the jacket, the dog tags, all that stuff is his dad's. And I mean, he can do knife combos. He can shoot guns. But then again, so can Harry Mason. And he's just like a run-of-the-mill 30-year-old writer in Silent Hill 1. But yeah, the whole Alex can fight like a soldier thing, like I said, that comes directly from interviews and marketing material behind the game. When they were promoting the game and interviewing devs about it and trying to talk about, well, what makes this so different from other Silent Hill games? They were like, well, it's got a very, in-depth combat system because the main soldier, is... or the main character is a soldier and has all this background with weapons training, so you can use all these different sorts of weapons. And yeah, it's just a marketing thing. It's literally just here's something to sell about the game. And then the combat is, when you play it, is not all that impressive anyway. But yeah, that's all it is. It's how that became a thing. Oh boy. A typewriter. If only I had an ink ribbon to save my game. So earlier, when we were going through the cemetery, I pointed out some mausoleums, and I said that you can use that wall clipping glitch to get into the mausoleum, climb down a ladder, and climb back up. That was about 7 hours ago in this playthrough. So this is where you would just be if you clip into that mausoleum, climb down this ladder, and then climb back up. It puts you at this point in the game. So the last 7 hours of gameplay that you've just seen gets skipped if you just clip through this door into this area. To give an idea of how much sequence breaking there is in this game with the speed run and using those wall clips, that's 7 hours of gameplay. Totally just skipped. Let's go around and open up some ceremonial dagger doors. Give me that serum. Speedrun heaven right there. Believe I watched this at GDQ. This was at GDQX during TwitchCon. I was there. I was on the couch. Wait, but you get the knife anyway. Yeah, like if you clip into that, if you clip into this and climb down the ladder and climb back up, the game just assumes that you're at that point of the game. So it gives you everything you would normally have picked up. It gives you the fire axe. It gives you the ceremonial dagger. Like, it gives you the shotgun. All those things are just magically in your inventory when you skip that. How comfy was the couch? Pretty comfy, honestly. The GDQX couch at TwitchCon was pretty comfy. Plus, Techie, UFO Techie, who was there running it, brought a big old bag of otter plushies. So we were all like holding these otter plushies that were super soft, chilling on the comfy couch. That was a nice comfy run in general. What's the technical reason for that stuff appearing in inventory? Do they count them as a new instance of the character or something? Honestly, I wish I know. Like, I wish I knew more about the technical end of that. I'm not a game programmer by any stretch of the imagination. I have done enough like speed running and digging into games that I know a little bit about how certain things are put together. So some things I can try to kind of figure out through context, but I have no idea why there is something in place to just make sure you have those things in your inventory to prevent you from soft locking. Seems more like a design thing that went wrong than a glitch. I mean, you're literally phasing through a wall like this, you know? It's a glitch. It's definitely not a design thing. Unless they were aware of it. They may have just been aware of it and didn't fix it. And they were like, well, if somebody aims their gun and goes through this wall and, you know, gets to this thing, gets to this point, we don't want them to soft lock. And that is a thing in older Silent Hill games. For example, Silent Hill 2. There's a lot of sequence breaking for the speed run of Silent Hill 2, where you use, on the PC version, a quick save glitch to get around a whole bunch of things. And you can skip basically every opportunity to pick up a melee weapon in Silent Hill 2 by using those glitches. So once you get to the bottom of the well in the Historical Society, where you have to break the wall to get out of the bottom of that well, you can't break that wall by shooting it. You have to have a melee weapon. So if you sequence break Silent Hill 2 and get to that point, the game is just soft locked. You cannot get out of the well. The game doesn't say, oh, you're supposed to have the wooden plank, so we'll just put it into your inventory. But this game absolutely does that. You sequence break and it just says, oh, you're at this point in the game. These are the main items you're supposed to have to be able to progress by this point. So they're just there. They're just in your inventory. But is it just like some lucky thing in the code that wasn't maybe even intended, but works out for the sake of speedrunning? Was it a failsafe and they were aware of the glitch and were just trying to do something to prevent soft locks? I don't know. I don't know anymore. Your guess is as good as mine. Maybe a measure to play test the game and coincidentally convenient. That's also a possibility. A lot of times those kind of things are coded in for game testing. So when they're doing QA and they just want to like check a certain, you know, part of the game, they don't want to put themselves in a situation where they're testing something and wouldn't have like key progression items up to that point. So it could have been something coded in for that. As said, your guess is as good as mine. There were some rooms that were boarded off in here that we can go into now that we've got the axe. Love the runs, by the way. Thank you, Saint Seiya Hope. I enjoy Saint Seiya. Yeah. We already did that. Dinner. Looks like Mom made a big dinner. Why didn't anyone eat it? It's all spoiled now. Big dinner? Is this an Eris stream? Oh. Mom said these dishes were a wedding present from Grandma. How come we never used them? Because that's what all families have. Those are the fancy dishes that you're not allowed to use. Those are for when the Queen of England comes by. Don't use your wedding china.
You know how it is. No one ever leaves this place.
Hey, Fox the Ghost. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the resub. Appreciate the support.
Smile.
Yo, holy shit. And on top of the resub, gifting out 5 subs to the community. Tina DD, Niwo Owen, BKS Only Hope, Mary Elizabeth Berry, and Dalla Cross. Enjoy the subs, courtesy of Fox the Ghost. Fox, thank you so much for the support. That is super kind of you. Very generous. Thank you. Oh, the mannequin got brought back over here. We noticed there was some writing on it earlier, but I kind of kicked it away where we couldn't read it. But, yeah, you can't really make anything out on it anyway. Okay. Adam Shepherd's hunting and kill cleaning room. The room Alex was never allowed to go in. You know, there's a picture. Hold on. One of the photos that we pick up is from Josh in Dad's hunting room. And he says, "How did Joshua get in there?" The text on there says, "Alex dared me to go into Dad's room. I took this picture for proof. I wasn't scared. Dad doesn't care if I come in here. He just doesn't want Alex to." So, did Josh know about the ceremonial dagger doorknob? How did he get in here? I can understand if his dad didn't care if he was, but how did he actually get in there? Got the attic key. You should clean your knives, Adam. And the blue steel shotgun. Plot hole. Yeah, this game has no shortage of those. That's a bone saw. Bone saw's ready. Nothing else? Don't want to comment on any of the fucking stuff in here, Alex? This room that you've been dying to see the inside of since you were a child? No? No commentary? Alright, cool. Great. Hey, Mom's still here. You doing all right, Mom?
I don't know anything else, Alex. I'm sorry.
You don't know anything else? What are you talking about, Mom? I talked to you like 10 hours ago. 9 hours ago.
I can't talk to you right now, Alex. I'm tired.
Okay. She's a stoner? Really, Omnizan Tetsuken? And she made a big dinner? This really is an era stream. Oh, right. This isn't here if you don't sequence break. So there's a way to sequence break the game in such a way that when you get to this part and revisit the house, you can pick up the laser pistol a second time. And if you do that, when you get to the end, when you're in the lair and they take away all your weapons, you still have the laser pistol on you. Because I guess the game thought you had two, and they only take one away. Could have done something cool gameplay-wise with Lillian. Like, why couldn't you talk to her after every level? That would have been nice, Legate. Like, if they had a little bit more interaction with her. Like, she's just sitting there. And I get that, you know, she's supposed to basically be, you know, incredibly traumatized by everything that's going on. Basically, given up on life. And, I don't know. They could have done a little bit more with her just being there. Does the speedrun use the double laser pistol glitch? I don't know if current routes actually make use of that at all. I think it's faster to not backtrack here and pick it up a second time compared to how quickly you can still get through the lair without it. These are Dad's books. Always got so worked up if I touched any of his stuff. This is the same TV my parents had when I left. I always begged them to buy a new one, but my dad says that kids shouldn't sit in front of the TV all day. What does he know? Screw you, Dad. I'm gonna watch R-rated movies and play video games. Hey, this is me. What am I doing? And it just says, hi, Alex. And it's Alex wearing this military coat with his flashlight and radio that he didn't have. So when was this actually taken? Would have had to have been just since the events of the first, like, of the start of the game. At least from when we picked up the radio and flashlight. Yay, physics.
I have something very important I want to show you.
Okay.
Do you know what this is? This belonged to your grandpa, and his father too. And now we want you to have it. I know it doesn't look like much, but this is the most important thing I could ever give to you.
Is it worth $1 million?
Much more than that. This is a symbol of our family's past and our future.
Can I wear it?
Yes. Joshua, you are never to show anybody this ring. Not even Alex.
But I want to show Alex.
Do you remember when I told you sometimes you must do things and not ask why? Well, this is one of those times.
Yes, sir!
That's my boy.
So Adam Shepherd entrusting Josh with the ring of the Shepherd family seal. Because Josh is the one who's supposed to continue on. He's going to have to learn about the cult and the ritual and 50 years from now sacrifice his own child if everything had gone the way Adam was planning for it. But then Alex fucked it all up. Certificate of release or discharge from active duty. Name Shepherd Adam J. Rank Colonel. Pay grade 6. Date of birth 1954, April 18th. Place of entry into active duty, Fort Benning, Georgia. Last duty assignment and major command, 18th Airborne Corps. Station where separated, Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Decorations, medals, badges, and campaign ribbons. Awarded or authorized. Good Conduct Award, Purple Heart, Silver Star, Military Education, Basic Parachute Training, Air Assault Course, U.S. Military Command, and Staff College. Type of separation, release from active duty, character of service, honorable, narrative reason for separation, retirement. So the Good Conduct Award, Purple Heart, and Silver Star, we're going to need to find medals that represent the opposite of those three in order to solve a puzzle here a little bit later. I hereby certify that the attached document is a true and accurate record to the best of my knowledge. Signed, Adam J. Shepherd. So remember when we went into the Bartlett Museum and there was a slider puzzle and people were like, oh, I hate slider puzzles. Well, guess what? That was the warm-up slider puzzle. Because then there's this motherfucker. And I just want to take a moment to talk about this one, because I feel like anybody who played this blind probably at some point really hated this fucking puzzle. Because there's one big reason. There's one thing that's bad enough when you have slider puzzles in a Silent Hill game. Like, or in a horror game or any kind of game in general. Slider puzzles, they fucking suck. But notice here, we'll slide this over and then back out. It stays where it was. We leave. We go downstairs. Go to a different room. We're a loading zone. And then go back in. Just give me that prompt to go back in. Just give me the prompt to go back in the door. That was weird. So you come back in and hey, look at that. It's still slid over. Even after a loading zone, it does not reset. There is a way to reset it. You basically have to backtrack all the way to the graveyard, like really far away, before anything on this side of the map resets. And then come back to it. Like, you're faster just reloading a save and coming back to this again. So you can get to a point with this fucking puzzle where if you aren't moving it in the way that you actually have to solve it, you can make it way harder to solve than it is at its default position and not have a way to reset it. So you can really screw this puzzle up and make it way harder on yourself than necessary with no decent way of resetting it. It's such an awful fucking slider puzzle. And we're just gonna go through and solve it with the least number of moves possible. Because you just have to, at least it's not random. At least the starting positions aren't random. So I only had to do it a few hundred fucking times when I was learning to speedrun this game to just commit it to memory. To just get it down to memory. But that puzzle, before I started speedrunning this game, God, I hated that slider puzzle. It was such a pain in my ass. Oh my God, it's a letter from Dad. I have failed, and they know it. They blame me. They should. I swore to protect this town, but I can't. The streets decay before our eyes. The curse we always feared has come upon us. Worse yet, the order has returned, kidnapping and killing with impunity, brainwashing those they take in an effort to rebuild their flock. Whether they want to punish us for the exodus of our forefathers, or simply to breathe new life into the old ways, I don't know. But they've taken our people. The only thing left is to face the source of this evil, to fight it and pray that some hope can be restored. My sole consolation is that I finally opened my eyes to the evil in Silent Hill. It's a letter from Adam and a map of Silent Hill. Did he go there? I need to ask Mom if she knows about this. So Adam knew. At this point, he wrote that sometime after Josh's death, but before Alex's return, mentioning, you know, there's no protecting anybody now. The town's going to go to hell. All it did was make him realize exactly how bad things were with Silent Hill, which honestly, like, you're part of a family descendant line of cultists that founded the town. You really should have expected this to be pretty bad, Adam. But once it actually happens, I guess he's coming to terms with that. So we can walk downstairs and get back down, or we can take the fancy way down, and we'll just scooch right over here, and now we're downstairs. As said, I didn't want to skip anything story related with clipping through walls, but just skipping back down to this part of the house a little bit faster is always fun, and it doesn't miss anything, you know. Let's go talk to Mom.
Listen to me, Mom. Start telling me everything you know about this.
I don't know what that is.
Stop lying. I'm tired of it. I know all about Silent Hill.
You don't know anything about Silent Hill.
I know Dad went there. He went to go fight something. Did he go to get Joshua? Is that where Josh is? God damn it, tell me!
Alex, I'm so sorry.
Stop pretending you care about me! Start telling me what's going on! Josh was the only one you ever cared about. And I can help him if you tell me the truth.
Forget the Shepherd thing. Let's move.
Hey guys, remember the Silent Hill movie? Remember the miners in gas masks and the peeling away paint effect transition? And the sound of the siren? Remember? You guys liked the movie, right? Oh god. My immersion. No, stop it. It's fine. Here, it's charged up. Just... Why aren't you syncing? You don't need the wire. My immersion. No. Xbox. Really? Why are you not syncing wirelessly? You're fully charged. Whatever.
Mom?
Well, now we're seeing sort of the otherworld Shepherd house, and we get a little bit more kind of relevant stuff to the Shepherd family. To escape to the future, you must know the past. We are bound to our pain. Remember and set us free. The door won't budge. How do I unlock it? Hello? How dare you sneak up on me? So we've got four different symbols, 4 locks on the door, essentially, each representing a member of the Shepherd family. So we've got to go through and sort of solve puzzles relevant to each of them. It's a cracked and worn mask. Looks angry. Got the angry mask. Which is actually an optional pickup. It's not used as part of a puzzle solution. It's there as kind of a decoy to give you something wrong. I like the save point still lists this as the attic. Got a cleaver. The expression on this mask feels cold, just like Mom. See, he comments on this one, unlike the angry mask. I got an indifferent mask. So that's going to be related to Lillian Shepherd. A stuffed bunny. It's wet and covered in mold. There's that stuffed Robbie. Just exactly the same as it was in the start of the game in the nightmare. So that'll be used for Josh's part of the puzzles here. And there's basically each of these rooms kind of barred off. And you can only do one section at a time. So going to the basement is blocked off, going to the attic is blocked off, going to Josh and Alex's room is blocked off. But we can go into what would have been the kitchen and dining room area. He comments on this one too. This mask reminds me of my mother, although I don't remember her ever looking sad. Got a frowning mask. So he comments on those a little bit more than the angry mask, to kind of give you a hint that the angry mask is not part of the puzzle solution. There's some like screaming going on in the background. Distant screaming in the background. And that screaming is actually Alex. We'll hear him making those scream sounds later on in the lair section of this game. You found the plot hole. Oh my god, is that what these are? That makes perfect sense. To hide her pain, this face she did wear. It trails off. Maybe there's more on the other side. Behind this mask, her heart was laid bare. You don't look like you're having a very good time. So, two faces that we're supposed to use to represent Alex's mother. So to hide her pain, she wears the face of indifference. But behind this mask, her heart was laid bare, because in actuality, she was sad. And that's it. That's the puzzle. Notice the angry mask just disappears from your inventory. So that's first puzzle, representing Lillian Shepherd, Alex's mother. Is there a punishment for putting the angry mask on? No, it just doesn't work. I think it might spawn an extra schism in this area. So, first one is solved, so we can pull the lever. We can hit the lever and open up the next area, the attic. The inscription reads, "For permitting others to suffer." We got the Heart of Darkness medal. So, we're finding these medals that are counterparts to the medals that we know Adam Shepherd received during his military service. So, it listed off the Purple Heart as the second medal that he had earned. So now we find the counterpart to that, the Heart of Darkness. So it gave us an order for those three medals, and we're basically finding the counterparts and putting them in that same order. I see you. Air combo. The inscription reads, "For atrocities committed." The Vile Acts medal. And it's very obviously triangle face to represent vile acts. Very appropriate. You were talking earlier about mobile games. Did you ever play Forgotten Memories? Only heard of it yesterday, and it seems to be kind of inspired by Silent Hill, and even Guy Seehey voices some character. I have played Forgotten Memories. I have not played the newest version of it. I played it many years ago, and it's had a lot of updates since then. So at some point, I do plan on playing it again. The interesting thing about Forgotten Memories and this channel is, I don't know if he's still here. He was here earlier. Tato Forever, who's been a long-time fan and supporter of the channel, is the head of Psychos Interactive that made Forgotten Memories. So literally the main guy behind Forgotten Memories is a regular here, which is how I found out about the game and played it initially, and it's absolutely Silent Hill inspired. Their whole dev team are a bunch of Silent Hill fans and nerds, which is why they went out of their way to get Guy Seehee to do voices for it. So yeah, Tato is super cool. And if you ever see Tato Forever around and you enjoyed Forgotten Memories, you can tell him thank you. Because that's basically all his idea. Yeah, you just stay there. You just be dead before you even do some shit. Hup. There's space for 3 medals, but there's only one here. The inscription reads, "For dereliction of duty." And they give you a clue into the order of the medals. The star is the first one on the far left, and the other 2 are blank. So, for dereliction of duty, the Fallen Star medal actually has the word fear written across it underneath the skull. And Dad's military jacket to put the medals on. And you might be thinking, wait, that's Alex's military jacket. But Alex was never in the military. Literally all the military stuff is all in his head. And the jacket and dog tags and everything that he has related to it is all stuff that he took from his dad. Maybe there's an order to these medals. Oh, he wrote that down in his journal. And it's highlighted. Maybe there's an order to these medals. It would sure be nice if you could, like, just read that text document that you picked up earlier that lists all those medals. That'd be nice if there was, like, a menu where you could do that. I mean, they went out of the way to make the journal, but then only show you so much. But they give you enough to sort of brute force this. They show you the star on the far left when you pick it up out of the medals case. So you really just have to swap these last 2 around. But from the paper, the order that they were in was the star, followed by the Purple Heart, and lastly our Vile Acts Pyramid Head medal. And there we go. Another light on the door has turned on. That's 2 out of 4 of the Shepherd family puzzles solved. I'm going to take another shortcut here to get downstairs. We'll just, here we go. Just phase through this pipe, and there we go. Right down to the stairs. No problem. All right. Another room down, another set of puzzles done. 2 more to go. Hey, what's up, Rachel? Good morning. Been awake for an hour. Why my brain not let me sleep on a weekend? I don't know. Brains are dumb. What's up, Where Llama? Who archives nub streams on YouTube? That would be Sci-Fi Guy, aka Dorian House. So if you look up Nub Zombie on YouTube and you want to watch any of the archived playthroughs, Sci-Fi Guy, Dorian House is the only one who's asked me permission to do re-uploads. A few other people put stuff up on YouTube as well, but they've never contacted me. They never asked for permission. So if you're going to watch any of my stuff that's on YouTube at all, watch it on Sci-Fi Guy's channel. He's the only one who actually, like, has been a member of this community and, like, asked permission to upload and archive the streams. So thank you for that, Dorian. Thank you, Dorian House, for doing that. For all the people who watch on YouTube. And this are probably watching this on YouTube right now. Well, not like right now, but in the future, when this gets uploaded, there's somebody on YouTube watching this right now. So all of you who know me through YouTube, you have Dorian House to thank. Because I hate YouTube and don't use it at all myself. I did for a very short amount of time, and I immediately regretted using that platform. It's such a pain in the ass. So, first part of this puzzle, it's a clock. Just like Curtis said at the beginning, all the clocks are stopped at 2:06. 2:06 is relevant to Alex, because it is the room number that he was in when he was sent away to the mental hospital after Josh's death. We find a note that was from the nightmare segment at the very beginning. The patient in room 206 is scheduled to undergo transorbital lobotomy tomorrow. Mandated that the following medications be doubled on the day of the procedure. The rest is blurred and illegible. So they give you that note there to remind you about room 206 for the time on the clock. Once you set it, the shutters on the windows open. So we kind of have that hook there, and we can place Robbie on it to represent Josh. And just like that, one more puzzle down. Slice open this wall vagina, Virginia. This knife looks like it's seen a lot of use. Got a butcher knife. Another child's drawing. Shadowy figure over somebody hiding under their covers. And a really gross sound. Tell you us this what? I mean... we've encountered a few of them throughout the playthrough now. Sir, it seems we need some anatomy lessons. I mean, this is Silent Hill. Walginas are different. They're a little different here. Have you ever seen that movie Teeth? All right. Do I have any active mods in chat? I'm sorry, but can we keep chat in English? My moderators can't mod for languages that they don't know. Oh, he's gonna leap at me. Get up. on mobile, so it can be dicey. No worries. I wasn't sure if any other mods were still hanging around. Usually at this hour, since I don't have very many. It's not too big a deal. But thank you, Rachel. So, final puzzle. Alex's father's hunting room. Got a dead schism with its head cut off. I like how they kind of give it like an inside. Little bones and stuff poking out. So look at how weird this is perspective wise. So we picked up the cleaver and the butcher knife, and we've got to place them in the very obvious, match the shapes puzzle. Gee, I wonder where the cleaver and butcher knife go, and also the great knife. But look at the size of the pyramid head blade, the great knife. There are bloodstains all over the blade, and then we take it out. We get the boogeyman knife, because he's not pyramid head in this, even though he absolutely is. He's the boogeyman, so fans can't be upset. Takes that boogeyman knife out. And, it looks so much, like, smaller once you pull it out of the other body and place it into the head here. I don't know why the perspective on that changes so much. Match the shapes. I'm so smart. And that's it. That's the 4 locks on the door removed. 4 puzzles representing the Shepherd family have been completed, and we can leave Shepherd home. Let's go save the game. It's time for a bunch of cutscenes and exposition. And then it's finally time to go to Silent Hill. Like, actually go there. So far, Alex has gone there sort of in his mind for Mayor Bartlett and his world, and Dr. Fitch and his world. But we haven't, like, physically gone there. But that's finally about to happen.
This has to be right.
How much do you think the Shepherd's mortgage is? They're descendants of the founding family. I don't think any of the founding families got to pay for shit.
Elle, I thought you were...
She's gone.
Who?
My mom. I can't find her anywhere. The entire town's gone.
I think I know where they are. I found this. I'm not sure what it all means, but we need to get to Silent Hill.
Are you serious?
My dad was serious enough to risk his life going there. That's where Josh is. I'm sure of it.
And everyone else?
Alex, you there?
Wheeler, I thought we lost you.
You're not getting rid of me that easy.
Glad to hear it. We have a lot to fill you in on. In the meantime, can you get us a boat? We're going to Silent Hill.
Why wasn't Elle blamed for not being killed? Because Elle is the younger sister. The firstborn was her older sister, Nora. Her sister was the one who was meant to be sacrificed, and was sacrificed.
I'm sorry.
What are you sorry for? This isn't your fault.
No. About earlier today. The flyers.
Forget it. I should apologize. It's just... this place.
Why does Elle also have an Alex jacket?
You know, I never understood why you left. And one day you were just... gone. Look, I didn't say it before, but... I'm glad you're back. I feel safer with you here. Everything's just been falling apart around us, you know, but you... just keep moving forward.
I don't have a choice.
Yes, you do. You could just leave again.
Alex, tell me what you know about Silent Hill.
I know Joshua and I were told 100 times never to go there.
Yeah, my mom was pretty strict about it too.
Yeah, well, your parents are right. I tell you. It all fits. All those things we've seen in Shepherd's Glen, the nightmares.
What do you mean?
Silent Hill is what I mean. The place has bad history. Always has.
You been there?
Didn't need to. I heard enough. When I decided to move east, I was looking at a job in Brahms, working with the police. At the time, they had this cop. I can't remember her name, but she'd gone to Silent Hill.
Well, what happened to her?
Sybil
No
Bennett.
one knows. They found her bike outside of town. But I'd heard rumors about the people who lived there. Let's just say they're not too friendly to people who don't share their beliefs.
The Order.
Yeah. And when I met with your father about working in Shepherd's Glen, he told me I would never have to go to Silent Hill. I guess there's some sort of irony here.
Do you really think we're gonna find anyone there? Took it from my mother's room the morning Nora disappeared. I haven't taken it off since.
Wow. Look at that hair.
Shut up. Jerk.
I'm just happy to see that something's gotten better since I left.
Alex, there's a light up ahead. I think we might be at the pier.
What should we do?
Turn off our light. I don't want anybody to know we're coming.
Elle!
Too late.
Wheeler! Let go of her!
Somehow that boat managed to sneak up on them. smoke, not fog. Oh God, just like Origins.
Fog.
But then he corrects himself. Which is it? Is it fog or smoke?
Took it from my mother's room in the morning before it disappeared. I haven't taken it off since.
Elle? Wheeler!
Well, now we're in Silent Hill. We're finally here. Silent Hill, the movie. And if you don't think that's true, all the way over here, there's nothing else to pick up. There's no, like, items or supplies or anything over here. There's just an optional little place where you can come over here for one bit of dialogue. The bait boxes are all filled with ash now. You get it? You get it? It's ash like the movie. You guys liked the Silent Hill movie, right? What if we made stuff like that into a game? Who cares if Silent Hill 1 specifically said that it was snow? The movie said it was ash. So now it's ashes. Silent Hill, the movie, the game. This looks like a lake patrol boat, though it's hard to tell with all the rust. The ignition key is nowhere to be found. It's out of season ash. It's very strange for there to be ash this time of year. That's good, Moog. This bridge is one of the main routes into and out of the town. Looks like this happened a long time ago. So how have people been getting into town? And how the hell am I going to get out? We're on Sagan Street. You don't really get to see a whole lot of Silent Hill, and it's definitely not recognizable as Silent Hill, except for the movie.
Wheeler? Is that you?
Talk quietly, Alex. Thank God you're okay. Listen, they've taken us to the prison. It's horrible. They took Elle and they're about to...
Wheeler. Come in, Wheeler. What did they do? Wheeler!
I didn't hear any, like, radio static. There was no interference. You just cut Wheeler off. He was trying to tell you. Oh, look at that. Holes in the ground with the smoke coming out because of the coal mine fire, just like the movie, you guys. It's Centralia. Oh my god. I hate it. I hate it. What do you think about it, corpse? The truck has crashed, but it doesn't look like the impact killed him. Looks more like he was attacked while trying to get away. How do you infer that? When it's the same exact, like, dead corpse we've seen a million other times. $2 for firewood bundles. There's no dog here. Silent Hill 1 reference. Might be a doghouse, but I'm not sure, as there is no dog around. Yes, we're open. Frozen Ring. Frozen King. And Chum. 75 cents a pound. Another creepy Josh drawing. I don't know, I'm too distracted by all the drawings. Just thinking of some professional artist purposefully drawing bad to make things look like children's drawings. As opposed to Silent Hill 3, where they were just like, who's got a kid? Have him draw some stuff, and we'll use that as our map. Fishing supplies, cold beer. I know this store. It's the Toluca Lake Bait Shop. Dad would never take us here, even though this shop had better prices. He always tried to spend as little time in this town as possible. So what is it, Alex? You were told, you just said in the previous cutscene, you were told about 100 times by your father to never go to Silent Hill. But also, you're familiar with this place? And your dad just wanted to spend as little time here as possible? That's very different from never fucking ever. Think they actually paid the kid, or did they force him to do unpaid labor? I think they just took a drawing that the kid had already done. Presumably he did not get paid, but who knows? Maybe they did. He definitely wasn't credited in Silent Hill 3. See, that's the real problem with all the Western Silent Hill games. Not enough child labor.
Wheeler, are you there? Wheeler, come in.
Alex, thank God. Where are you?
I'm at the prison, but I can't get in. Is there another way?
There's an entrance on the other side of the prison. That's your best chance. Be careful.
So the Overlook Penitentiary. Got to get our Shining references in. Out of the Overlook Hotel. So, we're trying to get into the prison. To go and save Wheeler. And go and save Elle. And notice there's already some stuff circled on our map. There's a gate that we're trying to open. But we need to go through Toluca Lake Water and Power. Because the gate itself, we can't get in just yet.
Wheeler, I'm at the rear entrance. The gate is electrified.
Damn it.
It looks like they're running power from across the street. I'm gonna find a way to shut it off. Wheeler, what about Elle? Is she okay?
I haven't heard anything, but who knows what those monsters are doing to her. You need to hurry.
Do it again, do it again. It'll be fun. Aw, come on, game. So there's basically this whole, you know, segment of the game. You've got to go out of your way all the way through the water and power plant and solve a puzzle to turn off the power. But of course, if we really wanted to, this wall is the only thing separating us from being inside that prison right now. And we could just point our gun at it and be in there in just a few seconds. And man, it's tempting. Because there's not really a whole lot that you miss out on skipping the water and power section of this game. We're going to be thorough. We'll go through it. But boy, is it tempting. It's very similar to Silent Hill 4 and skipping that segment of the building world second time by glitching Eileen through the fence. Like, building world second time sucks. Just skip it. Kind of how I feel about this section of the game, but nah, we'll do it. We do it. Vote on skip. If there wasn't like any cutscenes or dialogue, then I would absolutely just go ahead and skip it. But there are some. There's a little radio back and forth and a little bit to see here. It's not much, but it's something. Do they keep the city like Silent Hill 1 or change stuff? No, stuff is very much changed. You can see just there's a little bit that's kind of familiar here. You have Kuntz Street, Alchemilla Hospital, and this intersection. So like Silent Hill 1, you know, you'd run across the drawbridge here where it says to Old Silent Hill. That's where the police station would be. Crichton Street. Kuntz Street, yeah, Dean Kuntz reference. Go watch the Silent Hill 1 in-depth playthrough or the Silent Hill 1 taking notes stream in my playlist, !VOD, where we talk about all the references, all of the street names and stuff across the Silent Hill games are. But yeah, Michael Crichton, Dean Kuntz. A lot of author and director references. So that's all exactly how it was in Silent Hill 1. The location of the police station, that's where it was supposed to be. That's not normally the church. Post office, Alchemilla, those are where they would be. Like this little side street right here that goes past Alchemilla is where you wake up in the town at the start of Origins. But the boiler room is not something that's normally there. Toluca Lake Water and Power is not normally there. The offices, all of this stuff on the right-hand side of the map is all different. Doesn't line up. So a lot of stuff has changed. And even when you're running around these kind of parts of the streets, it doesn't really look like Silent Hill, any variation of it that we really know. Like here's Alchemilla Hospital. And it, you know, doesn't really resemble like a little bit with the fence and like the little tree and benches and stuff around it, but it's still pretty different. Like, this is more of a driveway. In Silent Hill 1, there's an ambulance parked back here. By the way, these things are just gonna keep fucking spawning while I try to show stuff off around town. Here you go, Alchemilla. They make such a big damn deal about Alchemilla Hospital throughout this game. And then when you're finally in the town and near Alchemilla, you can't really do anything here. Not part of it. Nice flip. And then all of this is walled off, so we don't even get to see, like, the post office or Crichton Street or anything there. No stairwell going up to the roof where Harry fought the giant moth in Silent Hill 1. I mean, shit, they made a reference to that in Origins, but in this game they just sort of really limit how much of the town you can see, and it's not particularly recognizable. He's dead. Looks like no one is safe on these streets. No, not Corpse Man. This place is listed as church. Entrance to the church is sealed shut. I guess there is really no sanctuary in this cursed town. Yeah, there's not a church there. Not normally. All right. Hey, what's up, Psychosis? How much is left of this game? Probably like 3 or 4 hours. It's hard to say at this point. We're past the halfway point by a decent amount. And we're only 11 hours in. Paul Russell Douglas was executed for the murder of 8 children in and around Silent Hill. Oh, we read this earlier. Yeah, same newspaper article that we read sitting on a bench in the park at the very beginning of the game when we were getting the gasoline to drain the basement and get to the back part of the house. But bam. I feel like after these long streams, you have to go into hibernation for a week to get energy from what the games take from you. It's not usually a whole week, but definitely like 2 or 3 days. Usually takes me a couple days to feel like doing another one after I finish. Health drink. Miss Torso, he was a homie. Always there when you needed him. Sure was. Hey, speaking of Torso. There's our guy. Here's our friend. Good old Torso. Don't forget to drink some water, brother. No worries, Raphael. I've been doing this since January of 2015. Doing the long streams and focusing on Silent Hill. It's been my jam for many years at this point. I've gotten the art of the long stream down to a science. Dark Times. What a good save point name. Alright, I gotta go play more of the game. I'll see you later, Torso. Here we go. I got the Toluca Lake water and power key. Drawers are empty. Can't even splatter the tiny bugs. Faucet's not working. Lock's broken. Can't open it. So broken. Also broken. Okay. Drawers. Is a thing here. It's part of a side quest. This game has like a small handful of optional things to it. You don't really get a whole lot out of that side quest, so I don't really bother with it on most of these story playthroughs. But maybe someday we'll do like more of a proper 100% rather than just story explanation. But you basically just have to run around town and collect a bunch of jewels to get it's a weapon and some other supplies. Yeah, I'm trying to remember if that's the rifle, because you get the better rifle later on. So I think that's the first rifle that you can get. It's through that side quest. Oh, and we're also carrying around Elle's locket. So it's a little bit different from the way that we came to Silent Hill the past 2 times in this game, where Alex sort of travels in his mind and wakes up there after interacting with something that was a possession of one of the sacrificed children. So Joey Bartlett's watch was the first thing we found before going to Silent Hill and doing the whole Bartlett section of the game. Then it was Scarlet Fitch's doll we're going through. And now we have Elle Holloway's locket that originally belonged to Nora. Also, this part's really loud. I'm just gonna turn this down some. Oh my god, Order members. The real monsters were humans all along. So fucking loud. It's another part that I like skipping. Another reason I like skipping this part, I should say. Looks like a diagram of the Toluca Lake Water and Power Generator System. A controls the water feed, B controls the boiler, C controls the steam feed. Notice due to the recent accidents, we have implemented new system failsafes. The generator will now only power down if the proper sequence is followed. First and foremost, the boiler needs to be shut down. Closing off any of the other systems before the boiler is closed will result in a system reset to prevent damage to the facility. The rest is burnt and illegible. So there's our hint for solving this. So boiler, water, and then voltage. And we've got the green light. We can turn all this noisy shit off. And I can turn the capture card volume back up.
Alex, what's going on out there? The lights went out and they're running for cover. Did you disable the power?
Hang in there, Wheeler. I'm heading back.
What do you think? What do you think, Wheeler? What do you think happened? Fuck you with your rifle. How dare you? Oh, okay, you're gonna run at me with a pipe? Here we go. Pipe on pipe match. Let's do this. What you got? I'm standing right here. Ooh, okay, alright. Ooh, he's got counter hits. He's pretty good. He knows his way around a steel pipe. Not his first day in Silent Hill. No, honorable duel. I won't drink Estus. Oh shit. Mistakes. Get him in the stun lock. The unbeatable combo. And the finishing move. Hell yeah. Now we have to backtrack all the way to the prison. Since the gate is powered down and no longer electrified. No Estus. Yep. Honorable duels. Fighting humans in Silent Hill feels so wrong. Eddie was a symbolic and vital to the story. Order soldiers just feel cheap. Absolutely agree. It is very strange for guys in rubber suits, just normal fucking humans, even if they are members of the Order, to just straight up be, you know, killable enemies. It is, it's very weird. Leave me alone. Just sit there and eat pizza. Pizza sounds good. I should get pizza after the stream, so I can sit here and eat pizza before I fall asleep. Oh, Siam is back. Slightly more laser resistant than other creatures. We get a little bit better look at Siam now. You can see the face of, like, the woman strapped to the back of Siam with her arms, like, taped up above her head. That forms the head and mouth for the male part of Siam. That is sexy harness. I see whoever they are, they're into some stuff. Honestly, like, all jokes aside, the Siam is one of the better creature designs in this game. Like, aside from the bosses, most of the enemies and stuff in Homecoming are not really great. Visually, nurses, dogs, bugs, a lot of rehash type enemies, stuff that we've kind of seen before. Just, you know. Outside of the bosses, Siam is actually pretty interesting. Yeah, but then they ruined it with that stupid ass achievement. Oh, let's not talk about the achievements. I mean, I guess we could. The achievement names for this game are pretty groan-worthy. And they're all supposed to be like Silent Hill references. Yeah, Shades of James is what you get for killing Siam. Let me see if I can pull these up. Yeah, here we go. 360 achievements. Lock and load when you find the rifle. Sightseeing when you find a photo. Josh's gallery when you find all photos. Alchemilla's finest when you defeat a nurse. Eddie's legacy when you kill a feral, which is the dogs. So you get Eddie's legacy as the name of your achievement for killing a dog. Lurk no more when you kill a lurker. To the point when you kill a needler. Split personality when you kill a schism. Shades of James when you kill Siam. Clear the air when you defeat Smog. Creeper Reaper when you kill Swarm, the little bugs. Out of Order when you kill an Order member. Kaufman's Handiwork when you find Serum. Kaufman's Handiwork? So is the serum supposed to be a Glophatus? Health Junkie if you find all serums. Old Gods Haven't Left This Place. Reference to the Rebirth ending of Silent Hill 2. Complete game on hard difficulty. Nursery Rhymes if you find all the children's drawings. 6 Feet Under when you defeat Sepulcher. Sepulcher. Blood Donor when you defeat Scarlet. Catch Your Breath when you defeat Asphyxia. Head Above Water when you defeat Amnion. Even the endings are like in water is the achievement for one of the endings. No dogs allowed. Angela's Choice. Tacky little Silent Hill references for the achievement names.
No one ever
Yo, Person Suit. Hope you had a great stream. It's good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. coming over with Person. And Person Suit with the 27 months. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the resub. Appreciate all that love and support. How was your stream, dude? Dumpsters filled with rotting garbage. That's me. Doesn't seem like it's been emptied for months. All right. Well, finally, we've made it into the prison. So this game is a love letter to the movie with some Silent Hill 2 references to shut all the fans up. I mean, it's literally a bunch of people who had, like, only the most surface level grasp of, like, what fans want from a Silent Hill game. Like, there must have been, at some point, there must have been people sitting down at a table talking about this stuff. And based on the way he talks about a lot of it, you know, a lot of people might give Tom Hewlett some shit for his involvement and stuff that he's said over the years with these games. But I feel like if there was ever a sit down at like a big table and they're deciding like what's going to go into the game, I feel like Tom would have been probably the more reasonable side of things, where they're like, okay, what is it? Why is it that, you know, what are the elements of these old Silent Hill games that everybody loves, you know, to put in? It's like, you know, good writing, detailed environments, fleshed out characters, relatable scenarios. They're like, no. It's big-tittied nurses, right? It's the big-tittied nurses and the pointy-face guy. That's the part that everyone likes. Also, that movie, Silent Hill, came out. People loved that. And that had those big-tittied nurses and pointy-face guy in it. So let's put that in this. And let's put the Ash rating down in this. And let's, you know, all these things that are just, you know, people can recognize this as being Silent Hill if we put these things in it, instead of just making it a good game. Just make it like a well-written, detailed, fleshed out horror game. I know it's harder than it sounds, but come on. Went a little overboard. Fan service.
I'm inside the prison.
Okay, I'm up in cell block B. Come and get me already.
And yeah, Legate, we talked about all of that way earlier in the playthrough. Hey, it's our buddy Torso. Hanging out. You could make a good game without sacrificing the big titty nurses. You're not wrong, Cryon Lord. But even the reasoning for those nurses being in this game are not explained in the game. They're explained in supplementary materials that were on the website when the game came out. We had to go out of our way to go read archive stuff from a 14-year-old website to put that into context, instead of it just being something that's explained in the context of the game. Not even, like, explicitly. You know, you can do subtlety and explain why things are the way they are. Like, you get an understanding of why nurses are the way they are in Silent Hill 2 by playing Silent Hill 2 and putting together James's experiences and character. Like, it doesn't have to blatantly come out and say what it is or why it's that way. And it has a meaning to everything else. In this game, it all just feels like it's there just for that pure fan service aspect. It's just to sort of satisfy the cliches of Silent Hill games and media up to this point. Without a whole lot of thought put into it, you know. That switch don't work. So you can go up to this and break it just by hitting it, or you can just shoot it. Boobs and butts. Yeah, they looked at the they looked at a random 10-second clip of the making of Silent Hill 2 or the making of Silent Hill 3, and they saw Takeyoshi Sato talking about sex and death. And they were like, "We'll put cut in half torsos everywhere and big titty nurses. That sex and death stuff, that's what the fans want." They said it right there. If someone on Team Silent said it, then we'll do it. And it'll be just as good. Just an old electrical box, nothing I can do with it now. Just be glad they haven't started combining those two. I'd say we're well past that point. Someone left a note. "I'm tired of the ridiculous time constraints you people give me. You ask me to fix the cameras, and then 30 minutes later you call and ask why I haven't patched the hole in the wall yet. I'm tired of the mixed signals. Someone just tell me what you really want. To whoever is reading this, do not touch my tools. I'm coming back to fix the goddamn cameras after I brick up the goddamn hole in the goddamn showers." Okay, Jesus. That was just a disgruntled Double Helix employee. "I'll finish doing the character animations after I patch up this fucking void where nothing is rendered." Looks like this panel controls the gates for the entire prison. Let's see if I can get it working. Nothing is happening. I guess it's broken. Damn. Why is any of this working anyway? We just went through all the trouble of disabling all the electricity. Oh my god. It's Josh. Josh is here. Alex has motivation. And he doesn't say anything. It's Shepherd. Listen to that lovely audio mixing. Where when they talk, it goes through that, like, gas mask muffled sounding filter. But then when they die, it's super clear. And just sounds like they're clearing their throat next to the microphone. That was just the voice actors trying to clear their throat before doing another take. And they just kept it. It sounds like that. An old newspaper. For any readers looking to enjoy that good old Shepherd's Glen hospitality, you may want to reconsider your options. I recently stayed at the Shepherd's Inn, located conveniently just outside the downtown area. While our previous overnights at this location were memorable, the years since their sesquicentennial celebration has not been kind to our neighboring burg. Our accommodations themselves were inhospitable, to put it mildly, and the locals seemed gruff and uninviting. Even the town hall, once a friendly way for tourists to learn about the area's culture, stood in exceeding disrepair. On day 2, rest of the message is blurred and illegible. So someone came to visit Shepherd's Glen during their 150-year celebration and had a bad time. They left a negative Yelp review for the Shepherd's Inn. Look behind you. I said, look behind you. We'll let you live a little longer. There's a lot of just random text. My name is Pat, so take that. I feel like these are all developer messages. They probably just went around and asked people to decide what things they were going to put on the walls in here. They were like, just give a line or a quote, something creepy, and we're going to put it somewhere in the game. Hell here, Muscle forever. Jeremy is the real sausage king of Chicago. Which, that's a reference to Ferris Bueller's Day Out? Day Off? Baby's Day Out? No, that's Ferris Bueller, right? Somewhere down there is your soul. Where down there? Drop it. I am Edma. Jeremy Blaustein. But he didn't work on this game. It's snowing outside. Jacobs, are you making it snow? Steve loves puzzles. Steve must have really not enjoyed the puzzles in this game. Noah's Viking tool. Sorry. Now I gotta stop playing this game and go play Valheim for 12 hours. The game mentioned Vikings. That's my cue to just play Valheim. Forget all this Silent Hill stuff. By play, you mean build things? That's a way you can play that game. They give you the option to build stuff. Totally legitimate way to play it. More rifle ammo for a rifle that we are not going to fire even once. Oh, I just realized I messed up. I messed up something I was going to do. I picked up the pistol upgrade. I got the chrome hammer pistol that replaces the gun that you get from Curtis. I was going to shoot Curtis with his own gun. Fuck. Reset. We got to start over. Found a letter from a prisoner. Whoever gets this message, please help. We haven't seen a guard in days. We're hungry, losing hope. Please help us. We're dying in here. Ron. Oh. How can you just sit there and eat pizza? Kill him!
Good job.
Hi, Wheeler.
Get me out of here. There's a switch over there.
I missed you, buddy. Are they treating you okay in here? Are they being nice to you? He even has a TV. Yeah, he does. Got a TV. He's got a toilet. Got everything he could ever want. I'll try this later. Okay, well. Door is blocked with rubble. Can't get through it. Okay. Whoop.
Hey, nice work back there. When this is over, I'm buying the first round and then the second.
Can you walk?
Walk, run, fly. Shit, I may be a little slow, but whatever the hell it takes to get out of here, let's do it.
Where's Elle?
They split us up when we got here, but I heard him say something about taking a woman to solitary.
And that's where we're going.
But we gotta get back to the guard station.
Got it. Come on.
Another Siam, and it's making the Silent Hill 4 noise again. Yeah. Get it, Wheeler. Damn, Wheeler's a fucking beast.
Okay, let me try to open that gate. Got it.
Wheeler kicks so much ass in this game. Like, when he's fighting off the schisms, he's just absolutely kicking their asses. Takes down the Siam with just, like, pistol on hard mode difficulty. Can he kill it on his own? He basically just did. He absolutely can kill it on his own. Holy shit. Look at that jump. Wheeler is the main character. Child's drawing. Although Alex can make this jump too. And break his fucking ribs. God.
Man, what happened in here? Oh, now that's gross. Alex, hit that switch.
Wait for me, man. I'm not even in there yet. What's gross? What happened? Oh, it's just Torso. Dude, don't talk bad about Torso. I thought we were cool, man. I was just telling everybody how fucking cool Wheeler is. Look at him, main character. And then you go and badmouth Torso.
Let's try to find a way out of here. Alex, it looks like I can control the gates for the entire prison from this panel. Yes, it works! Okay, we need to split up. Now here's what you do. Head across the catwalk to the locked bars on the far side. Now get out of here.
You're just... Wheeler's just gonna stay in there. He's gonna work all the controls for me.
Forget this. I need to get going. This is getting me nowhere. Forget this. I need to get going.
I forgot that you actually get voiced dialogue for examining that door again. Why is that, of all things, just randomly have voice recording for it?
Hang tight, Alex. Let me unlock it for you.
Faster, faster. Do it. Open the door.
There you go. Go straight and head through the doors on the other side.
Got it. I'm going to look through all of the cells and pick things up, just like you said. Kenny, I can't wait to get the hell out of here. Goddamn cooks are the ones who should be thrown into solitary. In order to eat, you've got to have your light on, before the officer will put food on your tray. They make you kneel against the back wall when they're dishing it out. Otherwise, you get nothing. Then the officer closes the window and you can eat your food, but then as soon as you get started, they come back to pick up the trays. The meals are never fully cooked, and sometimes the food is still cold in the middle. Also, they give you less than what a grown man would normally eat. I've seen the officers scrape most of it on the ground to make the tray lighter. We get juice, but it's watered down. To be just like the food, tasteless. The first thing I'm gonna do when I get out is eat a goddamn cheeseburger. Brian. Okay. Reminded you of the suffering? Wait till we get to Downpour.
Give me a sec while I get the gate open. Damn, the gate didn't open? It must be damaged. You'll need to find another way.
Aw, come on. Little flimsy gate like this, just fucking force it open. Squeeze through. This is another one of those areas where I'm so tempted.
Go down the stairs. I'll try to open the gate on the bottom floor.
Yeah, try to open the gate on the bottom floor. So we've got to do a whole bunch of other stuff to get around here. And if you look down outside here, this little like area is a tunnel that we're going to go through later that has a cutscene trigger to get to the next part of the game. So we're going to do a whole bunch of other stuff just to eventually wind up right there. And you can get there once again by clipping into walls. This wall right here, you can clip through and get into this room, which lets out onto that area, which you can then clip through that fence, drop down onto the pipe, follow it over here, and get through that cutscene trigger from outside, from like above this tunnel, and just skip this whole segment of the prison. Very tempting. Very tempting to do that. But we'll take the normal route. Oh, that poor guy. Actually, he's a murderous cult member, so it's fine.
Okay, now keep moving. Okay, I'm gonna open the gate for you. You're breaking up. Must be interference.
Why are you not dying? Thank you. The showers. The best place to be in a prison. Solution to all homecoming problems is embracing the wall. Either embrace the wall or learn to love the lasers. So we found that note talking about patching up the hole in the showers, and there it is. Can't break through here with this weapon. We can use the fire axe. Squeeze on in there. Which don't work. broken. Jammed.
Wheeler, you there?
The damn radio keeps going out. I'm glad you're back.
Listen, this door is jammed. I need your help.
Okay, I can see you. That's the entrance to the A block. Okay, go back.
Yay! More excuses to backtrack through areas you've already gone through. See why it's tempting to just like wall clip and get out of a lot of these places sooner. Also, how are these cameras working? All right. Fine, Wheeler.
Okay, go through that door, head down the hall, and go right.
Down the hall and go right.
You're in A block now. Go across and through the doors.
I'll let you know. Okay, Wheeler. I found a keypad, but it looks broken. I'm gonna search for a way to fix it.
And now we got another puzzle, and it's a familiar puzzle. I need to restore power to this keypad in order to get in. So earlier in the Grand Hotel segment of the game with Mayor Bartlett, we had a wire puzzle where I pointed out a very stupid clue for solving it. The note saying record the big game XXI, and the XXI pattern is how you're supposed to arrange the wires. And they pretty much do that same puzzle again, except this time they make you go and find the wires first. Headlight is broken. Looks like the wires are exposed. We need to go around and collect some loose wire in order to actually do the wire pattern, or the wire puzzle. I was reading chat there. Big No-No said, wait, is it literally the same pattern? It is a different pattern, but just like before, it's pretty easy to brute force and just guess. And yeah, the only element to it that's really different is they make you run around and find all the individual wires. The hint this time should be, I like puzzles, XOXO. Yeah, why not? Tasty health beverage. No. Shit. I thought there was a prompt for examining the gate, and instead I committed to dropping down. Very fun. Whoop. So. Zoom. The junction box is missing 2 wires. But we still need to find 2 more. It's a radio, but it's malfunctioning. So we can take the wire off of it. Radio? What's going on with that radio? One more wire. Is there a note in here that I usually miss? Maybe that's after I open the cells. Looks like somebody used this mattress to escape. It's a long way down. It's fine. You could totally jump that. I mean, you literally do jump that in the speed run when you clip out of bounds here. It's fine, Alex. Where we're going, you don't need knees. Just jump down and break them. There's some tools here. Looks like someone was making repairs but ran out of time. There's a spare bit of wire inside the toolkit. That guy specifically left a note saying don't touch his tools. But we're going to borrow that piece of wire. Boom. All the connections now have wires attached. So we can start trying to actually wire it up. And just like before, like, there's not really a clue given for this one. It really is more of just like try stuff. And if you get one correct, you get a green light. There could have been like a little more depth to these puzzles. I really feel like, I don't know, especially since this is essentially a puzzle that's already been done. It's very frustrating. Like, all they're doing is adding that level of going around and fetch questing the wires to do the puzzle first. So you could just go through and brute force this pretty much without too much trouble. But the solution for it, it's always the same. Red, white, green, blue, and yellow. Long for Silent Hill 3 puzzles? Hope you know Shakespeare. Don't get me wrong, I like the puzzles in Silent Hill 3, but there's also something to say about how much knowledge outside of the game you have to solve some of them. Specifically, that Shakespeare puzzle. Like, Jeremy Blaustein, who did the translation and localization for Silent Hill 3, has apologized for the Shakespeare puzzle on hard mode in Silent Hill 3. Hey, some more serum. This one just like sitting on a shelf, not in one of the fancy cases. That's how you know it's that good serum. They made it in a prison turlet. Even in its best days, the series had a hard time finding a middle ground between easy and obtuse. True big no-no. Like, I feel like there's definitely some puzzles that get a lot closer to that mark than others. Some take it a little bit too far, where it's a little too obscure to try to figure things out. I like puzzles that everything you need to solve the puzzle is in the game. It's just a matter of how to get to the solution logically. And having that sense of logic is really important. Having something to sort of steer you in the correct direction so that you have kind of the mindset of what the game is looking for how you're approaching it mentally to solve it. Like, Silent Hill 3 has the Brookhaven look at the keypad as though it's a face with the puzzle, the poem right next to it. Stuff like that. You know, if there was a little bit more to hint towards seeing the keypad as a face, if they would have made the buttons on the keypad like the number 1 looks like an eye. Like the button for it has like a little symbol of an eyeball on it, but then none of the rest of the face. You know, that would have made that puzzle like a lot more forgivable in my eyes, where it gives you that one little hint, like look at the keypad as a face. That's all that one thing is missing from making it like, I think, a really good puzzle. Because otherwise you're supposed to come to that conclusion on your own, and I don't know, I feel like that's a bit of a stretch to try and figure that out. And then of course with like the Shakespeare puzzle, you literally need to like be familiar with the writings of Shakespeare more than Heather is. Like, if the main character in context does not have the knowledge necessary to solve the puzzle, that's a problem. All right. If anyone finds this note, I can help you access the gateway to your freedom. But to escape your fate, you must first visit solitary confinement. Prisoner number 110391. 110391. Here we go.
All right, Wheeler, I made it in. I'm gonna look around.
Oh, hey. We found Mom. And we're actually finally, after almost 12 hours, literally like hitting 12 hours right now, we're going to make a decision that affects the ending of the game. So I mentioned at the very beginning that I was going to be trying to go for a specific ending. I've only got one costume that I don't have unlocked on this console from previous playthroughs, and that is Alex's ER costume, the doctor outfit. And in order to get that, we just have to get ending 4, the hospital ending. So all the endings are basically determined by 3 specific scenarios. You have a choice that you make with your father, a choice that you make with your mother, and a choice that you make with Wheeler. And that's pretty much it. That's the only stuff. So for this ending that we're going to be going for, we need to not kill Mom.
Mom. Jesus, what did they do?
Alex. Is that you?
Mom, I'm gonna get you down.
I'm sorry, Alex.
Shh. It's okay.
Your father and I, we loved you so much. But they said we could only choose one.
Mom, please. Stop. Save your breath.
Let me go, Alex.
I can't.
It hurts so much.
Mom, I can't.
Please, Alex. Please.
Alex missing some eyes and teeth. Yeah, Rachel, there's a bunch of scenes in the game where shadows don't work the way they're supposed to, and Alex just looks like he's missing eyes and teeth. So we can't kill Mom. We're gonna get that hospital ending. I'm sorry, I can't.
I can't. I'm sorry, Mom.
Yeah, she dies either way. But now she's taller. Saw was out at this time, right? Saw was out. Very likely could have been a reference to Saw. They do make references pretty directly at the end of the game to Hostel as well. The intro of the game, very referential of Jacob's Ladder. They do a lot of, I don't know, I feel like it's obvious, a little too obvious in their inspirations and how they present things in the game. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with showing your influences and inspirations in the game, but like it's a little more subtle in the Team Silent games for the most part. A few things are very on the nose, but it's not quite like, hey, this looks like a scene out of Saw. Hey, this is literally Hostel. This damn machine. Mom! I should have listened to her. She asked me to, and I didn't. I'm sorry, Mom. I was weak. I'm a failure. He finally realized it. He realized that he sucks. We've reached a turning point in Alex's character. He's finally recognized that he's just a failure. Literally, that's this whole game, is Alex is a failure and fucked everything up. And now he's realizing it. That's how you know we're getting to the end of the game. Character development. Rachel, this is the only puzzle you liked in this game? This one's closer to being like a decent Silent Hill puzzle. Out of everything else in this game, this is as close as they got. It's not terrible. It's a little, I don't know. We'll talk about it. We'll show the solution and how to solve it. So we've got, yeah, the glory hole puzzle. The stick your arm in this weird, gross flesh bag puzzle. So, a dial with chess pieces. And a dial with different death symbols. skulls, ceremonial dagger, coffin. And a dial with some more symbols. Money, heart, time, omega, or horseshoes. And then we've got some little riddles. So you read the riddle and basically put your answer to the riddle by selecting the symbol to the symbol on the dial facing each poem. What man loves more than life, fears more than death or mortal strife? What poor men have, the rich acquire, and all contented men desire. What misers spend, and the wastrels save, and each man carries to his grave. So, it is nothing. Answer to the first riddle is nothing. Man loves more than life. Don't love anything more than life. What you fear more than death or mortal strife? No, that's it. It's the top two right there. Talking to people on the phone, I guess, but it's a close third. What poor men have, the rich acquire. Poor men have nothing. Rich eventually die and have nothing. All contented men desire. What misers spend, nothing. That's why they keep their money. Wastrels save, nothing. They waste it. Each man carries to his grave. Don't take anything when you die. So, nothing. First riddle. I turned around once, what is out will not get in. I turn around again, what is in will not get out. It's kind of the hint to like the overall room. I stand beside the holy man, the monarchs fear my wrath. None may move the way I can, ever the crooked path. So, stand beside the holy man, monarchs fear my wrath, none can move the way I can, ever the crooked path. But this is the chess pieces. So beside the holy man, what piece sits next to the bishop? Which piece moves in a crooked path? So, again, a little bit of outside knowledge required. It's not quite as extreme as, like, I hope you have a fucking English major in Shakespeare. But not everybody plays chess. Not everybody knows all of the pieces and how they move and what they're positioned next to. So still a little bit of outside knowledge needed for this this puzzle. Stuff that's not, like, given in-game. That is a reference to the knight. The horsey. The man who devised it does not want it. The man who bought it does not use it. The man who used it does not realize it. That would be a coffin. Person who made it, they don't want it to be for them. Although, person who bought it is not the one who used it is not always true. Some people realize that they are going to die one day, and yeah, exactly, nobody. You can pre-buy your coffin. Stay ahead of things. But for the sake of the riddle, the answer is the coffin. As said, this is not the greatest of Silent Hill riddles by any stretch of the imagination, but considering all the rest of the puzzles in this game so far, go find the wires and then fuck with them until the lights turn on. You know, find two halves of a circle and put them together in the circle-shaped indentation. That's the level of puzzles that we've already been having up to this point. So this one being like poems, riddles that you're solving with like a big creepy moving meat sack machine that you have to stick your arm into. That's a little better. A little better. Can we see what happens if you get it wrong? Sure. Let's make it money. Get in there, Alex. Get all the way in there. Oh, shit. It hurts your arm and it sends a needler after you. And I'm pretty sure failing that QTE is the same death scene as the nightmare at the beginning of the stream, where if you fail the QTE, you do die from losing your arm. It just repeats that arm rip. So we already showed that at the beginning of the scene. Go watch the beginning of the VOD if you want to see that animation. I don't want to backtrack here and do this again. So we'll move on. Oops. Nothing. Buy weird thing in a cage. I'm glad we never get context to what you are. Just a thing. Just a creepy puzzle thing.
Thank God you're alive. I was about to go Looney Tunes in this Roach Motel. What is it?
I found my mother. I couldn't save her.
Sorry, Alex. But I'm afraid I got more bad news. I found this on one of those order soldiers I roughed up. L's name's on it.
Then we gotta get out of here.
Let's go, partner.
Hell yeah. Partners! A piece of paper with a name, that means they've got L. Alex needs a dentist, that's what's up. You know, I kind of like that element, that detail on characters. You know, they shouldn't have perfect teeth. Just everybody with perfect teeth modeled into their head. I like when they give, you know, a little more detail to the characters, give them imperfections, little aspects of that. The character design in this game, not quite as good as, you know, some of the previous games, Team Silent games. They did that for, like, Vincent. Vincent has, like, pop marks, kind of scars and stuff, little marks and blemishes around his face. And he's got the fucked up teeth, the yellow, kind of nasty smoker's teeth. And these characters, you know, a little bit. Alex kind of got some jank with his teeth, and Wheeler's got the Forrest Whitaker eye. Because he's literally just based on Forrest Whitaker. Vincent smokes a pack a day. Hey, he knows all about the pleasures of this world. And apparently those pleasures do not involve brushing your teeth. So we've gone through, we've seen...
God, where the hell are we?
I don't know, Wheeler, but we have to keep moving.
I don't know, Wheeler. But we've gone through, we've seen sort of areas based around each of our characters, or each of our founding families, rather. The Bartletts, the Fitches, Shepherds, and now we're seeing more background for the Holloways. So, for the Holloways, for the Bartletts, their method of sacrifice, they had to bury their children alive. Their child that was chosen for the ritual. For the Fitch family, they have to dismember them. For the Shepherds, they have to drown their child. And for the Holloways, they have to suffocate them. So we're going to see that represented in this boss that we're coming up to, aptly named Asphyxia. Which represents that idea of Nora Holloway being sacrificed by Judge Holloway by smothering. Oh, sure, Crook. Yeah, I had turned the volume and stuff down a little bit earlier when it got loud and had to readjust the volume levels. So we'll bring this back up. That should be a bit better. It's hard to deal with the audio mixing in this game. It's kind of all over the place. Kind of have to adjust it as you go. All right, let's do this, Wheeler. This is also where we get our first little hint that Judge Holloway is behind a lot of this.
Judge Holloway.
Alex!
Quick, you get her loose before they start pumping the gas.
This is
I'll
a
shut
setup.
off the valves.
Yeah.
This is all a setup. This is all a trap for Alex.
How did you find me?
We don't have time to talk. I've got to get you out of here.
What is that? Where did you get that?
It's Elle's.
Elle, where is she? Is she okay?
I don't know. I'll find her, though. I promise. She said she took this from you. So I guess you should have it back.
This isn't mine. It belonged to Nora.
Nora?
They turn on the gas!
Get out of here! I'll save Wheeler!
So look at her face. Oh. Sinister smirk. It's hard to tell because of the bad lighting.
What are you doing? Get off me! Stop it! What is it?
Wheeler! Wheeler, where are you? Jesus Christ! Look at it! Holy fuck!
So we've been talking about really blatant movie ripoffs / references, and talking about Saw and Hostel and Jacob's Ladder, and everybody's going to be like, Human Centipede. There's already a bunch of mentions in chat. Human Centipede, Human Centipede. This game came out before Human Centipede. So this is one of those things that's just coincidental in the design. Even though a lot of people would see this now and immediately be like, oh, that's a Human Centipede reference. No, this is before. It's one of the few times where the game is not directly referencing that film. Leave me alone. Stop it. Stop slapping me. Stop. Stop. Stop stun locking me. Seriously. Oh my god. I need time. I need time to roll. I need time to roll. Thank you. Stop it. Oh, actually, grab me. I'm not going to mash up. Hugs and kisses. And death. She just squeezes and sucks the air right out of Alex. It's all about that squeeze and suck. Sex and death, just like we chatted before, exactly.
Judge Holloway.
On this grab is so stupid. There we go. And right back to just being after Josh. Even though we just killed this horrible Asphyxia monster. So Asphyxia representing that smothering or strangulation of the Holloway family sacrifices. And you kill it by pulling its hands away from its mouth and sort of forcing it to breathe. There's a little interesting little play on the theme of the boss itself. Wheeler's okay though? I don't know. He got pulled into a creepy wall booty hole, so I don't know if you even still want to be alive after you've seen what Wheeler's seen. Oh, hey. You remember that creepy church in the movie? This looks hot. Love the way this guy looks. It's a decent skybox. It's probably one of the most interesting looking parts of the game, and you're barely out here. Thought the movie was better than this game. I mean, we're not even really comparing which is better, just this game, more so just pointing out how much influence from the movie affected this game. Lots and lots of instances of this game are definitely tailored because of the way things were in that first Silent Hill movie. That's the only thing I'm bringing up. Whether you think the movie's good or bad, or this game's good or bad, or what's better than the other is totally whatever your opinion happens to be. But either way, it's worth just pointing out all of these influences the movie had on this game. It's the same style of nurses, same style of Pyramid Head, similar looking church, similar looking symbols with the church. The transition to the other world being the paint peeling effect. Alex Shepard's early models were much more reminiscent of Sean Bean's character. All these things in this game that sort of show how much the movie played a part in kind of influencing the design of this game. Give me that health drink. Is this a church? My God, what happened here? Goodbye, cool-looking skybox. Barbed wire is blocking the door completely. I'm trapped for now. Barbed wire in a church? Remember the Silent Hill movie? Remember that movie called Silent Hill? Church of the Holy Way. Themes of times of worship. Daily at dawn and dusk. What a beautiful design. I wonder what it sounded like when it was playing. Wait, there's something here. This looks like another place where I can use the dagger. There are 5 slots, each of which could hold an item. It says penitence. It says vengeance, desire, sorrow, and sacrifice. So we need to get 5 plates representing these 5 themes of vengeance, desire, sorrow, sacrifice, and penitence. We're going to be exploring the church and finding in various places. While also kind of solving some puzzles along the way. This is another one of those segments where, like, in the speed run, you skip so much of the church. You don't have to do any of this. You can do the wall clip trick, go straight through this wall here in about this spot. And there's a few other clips after that. These are pretty difficult ones that took me a lot of time to learn. And usually when people are learning to speedrun this game, the church is kind of your bane, like, for that long period while you're trying to get a feel for how clipping through walls works. Because, yeah. Church clips are really difficult. They can be really frustrating to sit and practice and try to learn. Although they're not the absolute hardest clips in this game, or in any of the runs, they are pretty tricky. They take a lot of learning practice to get down. No, Kenny, because that has nothing to do with this game. We talked about it a little bit, I think, for the Silent Hill 4 playthrough, which is where all that came from. But, no. We didn't bring it up because it's got nothing to do with Homecoming. Statue holding something. I can't make out the expression on its face. The object is blocking my view. It looks as though something is missing from this plate. Okay. It's a painting, but I can't make out the image. Zombies. Valentine, if you type !uptime in chat, you can always find out. These gates are locked, but I don't see any means of opening them. Perhaps they are controlled from somewhere else in the church. We already kind of talked about the movie earlier, Crook, but real quickly to answer your question, I think the movie's okay as its own thing, standalone, separate from the games. I don't think it's a good representation of the games, especially the first game that it's mostly based on. So it's a guilty pleasure thing. I like it as kind of a schlocky B movie with a budget, but I don't like it as an adaptation of the first game. And they did make a sequel to that. There's 2 Silent Hill movies. There is the sequel Silent Hill Revelations, which is also loosely based on Silent Hill 3. And it's fucking terrible. The first one at least has, like, some good music choices, you know, from the games, and some decent visuals and effects. It mimics some camera angles and stuff from parts of the game. They at least tried to make it feel a little bit like Silent Hill, even if it's not an accurate representation of the story. The second movie is just fucking awful. Alright. It's Josh. He took a selfie. A mirror selfie. Joshua taking a picture of himself in our bathroom. And he is looking extra fucking creepy in that photo. Looks like a baptismal font. There's something floating inside, but I can't quite make it out. Some kind of grate on top. I wonder if I can move it somehow. There's something on top of that torso. Hey, Torso! Our good buddy Torso. Back at it again. Found a puzzle item for us. Thank you, Torso. Got the chalice plate. Thanks, bud. It's an excerpt from Psalm. Blessed is the man who does not tread the path of the wicked, or stand in the way of sinners, or sit in the seat of mockers. This booth is locked. There appears to be someone inside. Maybe they know what's going on around here. So we get to talk here. This is where we can make another big decision. So before we do that, let's go ahead and make a save here. But this is where we can make our decision towards Alex's father.
Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. It has been 4 years since my last confession. I don't blame you for ignoring me, Father. I'm not even sure you can help me. I'm lost. I'm so deep beyond the reach of my faith, and I'm sinking further away.
What'd you do?
What could you have done that was so terrible?
I took my role as a father and I turned it into a daily chore. Fed him, cleaned him, put him to bed. I treated the dog with more respect. And when I was given a second son, the first might as well have been a stranger sleeping in our house.
Sounds like Alex's father. It is. Did I not say that right before we walked into the booth? That this is where we make the decision with Alex's father? It is him. Sounds like you can change. You don't sound sorry. So we need to go for a particular ending. If we're going for the hospital ending, to get this last unlock on my console, we need to forgive Alex's father. Spoiler, that's a good one, Talocanoose. Just in case anybody is concerned with any kind of stuff like that, you shouldn't be watching a game that you don't want spoilers for anyway, and it says right there in the title, this is an in-depth story playthrough. We've been spoiling the game pretty much since the first 10 minutes of the stream. That is what we do. We talk about the game and the story and the plot in great detail. We spoil everything for the sake of putting it in context and helping people to better understand the story. Sounds like you can change.
I feel that you could start loving your son at any time.
I do love my son, Father. I love both my sons. But I had to make a choice. And the only way to live with that was to make sure my son never loved me. I had to make sure that he would never feel joy or compassion. All the things that make life worth living. You must understand, I was only trying to make things easier for him. And for me. And for this selfishness, I ask forgiveness.
If you truly want forgiveness, then you already have it.
Thank you, Father. And now I have something for you, Father.
I don't need anything from you. What?
Did they have to subtitle it like that? No, they absolutely didn't, but for some reason they did. They put all the dialogue just taking up half the screen all at once. And hey, we got the kneeling man plate. And we forgave Alex's father. So we have one more choice to make that determines our ending. That's going to happen a little bit later.
No one ever leaves this place.
But for the most part, we've got our ending locked in now. Yo, ISO, thank you so much for the 44 months. Big long time of love and support. Thank you so much, ISO. Hope you're doing well today. Air combo. So we got the candle, which we can bring over here. What's the last choice about? Whether or not we save Wheeler. Because if we've already made the important decisions about Mom and Dad, of course, the other important decision is going to be about Wheeler. Got the candle plate. All right, 3 out of 5. That also opens the way here.
Elle?
All right, Elle is still alive. She's in trouble, but she is alive. So there's still a decent amount of this game left, but we are coming up on 13 hours that I've been going. So I'm about at that point where I need to take a break. I need to go grab another drink, get up and stretch, and get some water, hit the restroom. So give me a few minutes, take a few, minutes to get up and stretch. If you have been sitting, get you some water. We're nearing the end of the game. There's still a couple hours of stuff kind of left at this point, but I'm going to take a moment here, and we'll come back to this and finish up Silent Hill Homecoming right after this in a few minutes. So back in a bit. Okay. Let's get back to Homecoming. Give me a moment. I'm going to reset the capture card again. Just seems to help with some of the little audio issues and things that seem to happen. Capture card probably doesn't like being on and streaming for this long all at once. So I try to periodically reset it. Fixes some of the little weird audio hiccups that I seem to get. But there we go. Okay. So we've got 3 out of 5 of the plates that we need for the main room of the church. Together, the 3 paintings form a scene of a man pursuing a mysterious woman. So a man pursuing a mysterious woman. Painting shows an alluring woman draped in luxurious silks. She looks vaguely familiar. We have the option to cut these paintings. The middle panel depicts an ancient dying tree. Reminds me of the one in the hotel atrium. It's of a man being restrained by roots from the tree. His eyes are fixed on the woman in the first painting. Same painting as in the hotel. Yes, earlier we had to cut this painting, which is why he points it out as being familiar. We had to cut through and go through this painting earlier. Painting of a woman. She looks familiar, but I don't know where I've seen her before. That looks kind of like Alex's mother, actually. Well, this is the one that we cut in the hotel. Let's try cutting it here. It's a ripped painting. Wrong one. Cut open the middle one. Bugs. Your punishment for getting it wrong. So lastly, we've got the man restrained by roots. Eyes fixed on the woman. And you get the tree plate. We need to remember kind of the scenario surrounding each of these paintings, or rather each of these plates, and where we pick them up, that are going to represent the 5 themes of where we place them when we take them all back downstairs. So there's 4 out of 5. And speaking of downstairs, it's kind of hard to see, but there is where we came in the church. So we're now upstairs over the part of the organ where we used the ceremonial dagger to open up the little part to place the 5 plates. And the last one is right here. It's a scene of a knight being stabbed in the back by an executioner. And he's got a face an expression on his face that just screams, not again. Which is pretty accurate, honestly, to a lot of old, like, Renaissance paintings and stuff where they show, like, you know, knights being killed and things like that. They always have these expressions on their face where they're just kind of like, well, this is a bother. What did he do to deserve this? The center window has something just below it. At the sword plate. Jump scares. Fall and break your legs or your spine. Multiple Siams. Lasers win. Lasers always win. Remember that. You guys are stupid. Jump off the water tower so you have tougher spines and legs. See, Alex spent his childhood jumping off of water towers. He's prepared his body for this day. All right, so we have our 5 plates. Chalice, the kneeling man, the candle, the tree, and the sword. Penitence, vengeance, desire, sorrow, sacrifice. So, desire. The man who was lusting after the woman in the set of 3 paintings, which is where we got the tree plate. Makes sense. Sorrow. The woman holding the candle with a sorrowful expression. Sacrifice could potentially be Alex's father, the kneeling man. But we also have vengeance and penitence. Sword plate, the knight being stabbed in the back. And Alex wondering what he's done to deserve this. Seems like an act of vengeance. So, if we used the kneeling man as sacrifice, and lastly, the chalice for penitence, it don't work. So this is one of those ones you can kind of brute force. I feel like they give you enough hints to get most of them, and then you can, like, always swap the last ones. Kneeling man for penitence, chalice for sacrifice. And there we go. Adam Shepherd. Alex's father. And time for some major exposition. Time for plot dump. So this game has been relatively vague about its plot up to this point. It's been a lot of me just kind of explaining what's going on. And little bits and pieces of the themes and stuff that I've been pointing out. but nothing that's really like directly talking about the major plot points of the game. And this is another one of the issues with this game. I think its core idea for the plot, the branch of the cult settling a new town on the other side of the lake from Silent Hill, having this one ritual so that their town's not affected by the powers of Silent Hill, that only the founding families have to take part in. Alex, not being the soldier that he thinks he is. All of these aspects of the story I think are okay. It's just how the game goes about presenting all of these ideas, which I don't think is very good. Because you go through this much of the game, 13 hours of stream at this point. Go through this much of the game if you're playing it casually, and barely pick up on any of it. And then they have 2 cutscenes where they basically explain everything. There's this cutscene, and then another cutscene coming up later with Judge Holloway. So this is our first big reveal, our first big point of plot dump.
Dad?
Alex? What are you doing here?
I'm here to save Joshua.
Joshua, you can't save him. You need to get out of here.
Stop giving me orders, Dad. You have no idea what I'm capable of.
You hate me. It's okay. I don't blame you.
I don't hate you. I forgot you. A long time ago.
I never meant to hurt you, son. I had to make a choice. And now I'm paying for it. We all are. After all I've done, you still wear my old dog tags. That must mean something.
What are you talking about? These are mine. I'm a soldier. Just like you wanted.
Alex, you've been in the hospital.
I know. I was wounded in battle.
No. A mental hospital. You've been there ever since the accident.
No. That's not true. I'm a soldier. I protect people.
We had to take you there. After that night. After I gave your brother this.
What is this thing? What did you do? Where's Joshua?
Alex, forgive me.
Triangle face. No. Hey, this part of the cutscene is shown during the intro sequence to this game. They spoil this scene in the intro, but they cover it up with staticky effects. So I pointed out during the nightmare sequence at the very beginning of the stream, the very first part of the game, where the doctor that's wheeling Alex into a hospital room and then gets killed by Pyramid Head is Alex's father. And we find that in that nightmare sequence, they cut him in half, and you find, the two halves of his body and how that was foreshadowing. So here we are at that point of the game, 12 hours later. We get the Shepherd's family ring, and there is Alex's dad split in half, just exactly the same as he was in the nightmare sequence. It's even the same inside of the body, like, graphic. How does he look here in the Japanese version? So this is super edited in, like, the European releases, the Australian release, the Japanese release. There's a lot of stuff in this game that's been edited. There's a lot less blood, and there's, like, no body here at all, I think. I'm trying to remember exactly what they change. If they take the whole body out, it just disappears. Yeah, Legate. The body just disappears, so yeah, it's just gone. It's just removed. So you don't see him at all. These cutscenes make me really appreciate that Team Silent took the time to hand animate facial expressions in the original games instead of motion capture. That's true, Moog. Like, even with all the extra advantages of technology they had with this game over Silent Hill 1, there just wasn't the same level of, you know, polish and detail put into a lot of these animations. So the faces and mocap and stuff, while technology-wise should be better compared to, like, how Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3 looks, you know, it's just not as good. Bye, Dad. I feel like this is one of the least disturbing of the Silent Hill games. I mean, I would agree. It's more blatantly gory, but at the same time, less disturbing than some of the, like, implied situations of the early Team Silent games. Because they show you just enough to kind of be disturbing and disgusting, but leave enough room for your imagination to kind of run wild with a lot of the scenes in the original Team Silent games. It's that little element of letting your imagination kind of fill in the blanks that makes it a lot more disturbing, whereas this is just full on, here's the gore, which, for some people they like it. I don't think it suits Silent Hill. Mining equipment. Doesn't look like it's been used in a while. This suit could protect me. I have become Silent Hill movie man. I am now an order soldier. And this is an unlockable costume for Alex. So you can wear this costume through the whole game. And even if you have it already on, you still have to pick it up over here to walk through the steam. So I also mentioned early on in the playthrough when we first met Curtis, how Curtis is a like main member of the cult with Shepherd's Glen, a main member of the Order. He's been helping Judge Holloway kidnap people and torture them, force them to join the cult and follow their beliefs, or kill them otherwise. That he knew all about Alex and, you know, everything that was going on, and still somehow was stupid enough to give Alex a gun and, like, all this other dumb shit. Well, we're gonna see Curtis again. And he, like, immediately... Look at his animation when he's, like, hiding his hand behind his back. It, like, snaps. It's like...
You like your job, soldier? I love what I do. Fixing things. It's my gift.
Yeah, okay, whatever, man. I'm going to the...
Now,
Can you press 2?
direction.
Can
Clarity.
you press 2 for me?
It's important to know who you are.
Oh, God. My spine.
Don't you agree, soldier?
The laser pistol gave him away. Damn it. Yeah, shouldn't have thrown away his gun. All right. So it's time for plot dump exposition scene number 2. We learned that Alex has been in a mental hospital and was not really in the military, and revealed that whole twist with Adam Shepherd.
Judge Holloway.
So now Judge Holloway is going to tell us the rest of the plot.
You should probably call me Margaret. You're so grown up now.
I found Elle, but I don't know what happened. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, too. You try so hard to raise a child, to instill your values into her. You want her to be her own person, but you hope she'll always remember what's important. Family.
What's going on?
Family is the most important thing, Alex. I would do anything to protect them. That's why I sacrificed my daughter.
What?
The founders. They had good intentions. They left the Order to start a new life in Shepherd's Glen, where they feared the wrath of our God. So they made a pact to keep us safe. All that was required was a small sacrifice. Our children. Once every 50 years, the founding families must make an offering to appease the god. One of our children, our own flesh and blood, struck down by our own hands. I did what was required. I watched the light fade from Nora's eyes as I took her life, knowing that her death would protect our family,
God.
protect Shepherd's
Josh.
Glen. No, Alex. One of us failed. Lacked the strength to fulfill his duty. Your father.
Where's Joshua?
Don't you see? Because of him, our sacrifices were in vain. The pact with our God was broken. Your father's lack of conviction cursed us all. Our only hope was to revive the Order which our founders abandoned. The true faith.
By kidnapping? By murdering?
Murdering? I've given them life through rebirth.
And what about Elle? You gonna kill her too?
I've tried to make Elle understand. But she's like you, Alex. She still thinks there are such things as good and evil. But there aren't. There is only chaos and order. Show my daughter the price of her disobedience.
Don't! Look! I can help you with all this. There must be another way.
No, Alex. It's time I finished what your father could.
Yeah, Teluis. Power tools. Because the movie Hostel was a thing. And they decided to base this on Hostel. I'm not gonna push the button. Let's see what happens. That looks much worse when it's cropped and out of frame like that. Oh, it's time for a nap. And that happens. Not sure about that out of frame scene crop. Okay. So let's mash through the first QTE. I can break these cuffs. And then we get another QTE. I'm gonna fail this one too. Ooh. All right. Now that we've got that out of the way.
Bitch! It's finished.
There it is. The delayed scream. It like takes her a second. Hey. The scream effect and like the gurgling noises when she's on the ground. It's pretty gruesome. Again, we're talking about kind of the implied letting your imagination run wild type of horror that Team Silent is known for the first games. And this game just kind of throws gore directly at your face. But admittedly, there's times where, like that scene, where it's like, that is pretty intense, I guess. It's just a very different kind of horror. Yeah, no subtlety. Teabag of victory. Just for you, Raphael. This door is locked, but can be opened with the right key. So all we have right now is the ceremonial dagger. No laser weapons to carry us. We're gonna have to rely on good old light, heavy. The stun lock combo of the century. Come out here. Their schedule, which Silent Hill gets an in-depth playthrough next. So, no. I'm very bad at sticking to schedules. I'm just going in order, like, release order, as far as which games. So, over the last, 2 weeks, we've gone through Silent Hill 1, 2, 3, and 4, and Origins a couple of days ago. I usually do these streams, every 2 or 3 days. So, I'll take a couple days to recuperate after this one. And then the next one, release order, will be Shattered Memories. And then a couple days after that will be Downpour. Play novel? At some point I might do a stream for side games. And we'll go through the play novel, talk about that. Go through PT, talk about that. Some side stuff I might do. The arcade game. But yeah, mainly just focusing on covering all the main series games. But yeah, I'm bad at sticking to a schedule. Anytime I decide on a day or a time, something happens and I don't stick to it. So, at the very least, you can follow the channel, get a notification on Twitch whenever I go live. You can also follow me on Twitter. I usually try to tweet out whenever I'm gonna be, doing one of these streams. Got a steel pipe. Nothing to say about the cop who's been tortured and killed here. Wheeler was probably friends with that guy. You got nothing. Okay. Am I covering the Vita one? Nope. I absolutely fucking hate Book of Memories. I've already covered it in the past. You can type !VOD and see my full 350 hour plus Silent Hill in-depth playlist of all the playthroughs from over the last 5 years that I've been doing this. So I hate that game. I'm not going to play it again. There's hundreds and hundreds of hours of me playing that game archived on the channel. If you want to watch it, !VOD. I don't know why you'd want to watch it, but it's there. Let me fatality you. There we go. Fatality. Fucking brutal, Alex. Goddamn. Mark 23 handgun. The 9mm pistol Curtis Ackers gave me. It's in good condition and easy to use. I forgot you picked this gun back up at this point of the game. So you do have Curtis's gun to shoot him with, no matter what. Maybe people want to see you suffer on Book of Memories. Again, hundreds of hours of me suffering through that game. Feel free to go and watch it. I'm not playing it anymore. Through the Fog, A Skeptic in Silent Hill. by Paul Scheibel. Silent Hill, a town known for its mysterious happenings and now defunct cult, The Order, which was recently exposed by Detective Douglas Cartland. But what darkness really lies behind the simple veneer of this sleepy town? Paul Scheibel's latest book chronicles his research during a 2-year stay in the town, including detailed interviews with longtime residents, cult documents you won't find anywhere else, and an appendix of popular local legends. As expected, life in Silent Hill is far more mundane than you might have heard, and the great evil the Order sought to find originated from the same abyss whence all religions spring, nowhere darker than the fanatical minds of its followers. Okay. Little reference to Douglas, although it's weird that they talk about Douglas being the one who sort of exposed Silent Hill when that was literally Joseph Schreiber's entire purpose in Silent Hill 4. If they're going to name drop anybody at that point, it really should have been Joseph. When he said 350 hours, I was like, oh no, because my mind went to think just Book of Memories was that long. I mean, Book of Memories is that long. I have a couple hundred hours worth of playing it, and there are 500 zones, and I think I got up to like zone 180 something before I completely gave up on it. So if you were playing it to go all the way to the last possible zone, 350 hours, probably not even enough. Longer than that. This paper lists more people they've brought here to torture. By decree of the ordained council, the following have been chosen to serve the will of our divine Lord: James L., Tony E., Justin H., Ryan N., Anna L., Matt N., Jeremy E., Sarah R., Jeffrey E., Roger J. Not make any mistakes. Remember the penalty for not following the word. All repent, for our kingdom is near. A.S. Adam Shepherd. Well, the thing with Book of Memories is, like, if you're just playing it for a story and a conclusion, you get the story and you get the conclusion after the first 21 zones. Like, but then it's just procedurally generated dungeons all the way up to 500 zones. So for a while, I just wanted to be, like, for the sake of being a completionist and saying I've 100%ed all the Silent Hill games, I was like, oh, I'm going to play up until zone 500. And it fucking drove me insane. And I hated it. And I never want to play that game again. Oh yeah, they beat the shit out of each other. Nub, what game was Orange World again? That was this game, but on PS3. Why do they all have metal pipes? You think they'd be better armed. One of the ones coming up has a rifle. So some of them are. Just not all of them, for some reason. health drink. The Xbox and PlayStation versions are different. There's minor differences between Xbox, PlayStation, and PC for this game. As far as like the Orange World is just, it's a glitch. During the Scarlet fight, there's a series of glitches you can do that breaks the way that everything renders in the game for the Scarlet fight. So everything was running at super slow motion and everything was orange and black. Like, it looked completely fucked up, but it was also kind of really cool at the same time. But that glitch is specific to the PS3 version of this game. You can do the same glitch on Xbox, this version, but instead of it being orange and everything slowing down, everything runs at a normal frame rate and everything is just black instead of orange and black. So it's not nearly as cool looking. And on PC, you can do it, but it crashes because it's the PC version and basically everything makes it crash. Isn't the PC version impossible to complete as well? Technically, no. It is possible to complete it, but it's incredibly buggy and very unstable. Like, everything causes it to crash. So it's impossible to finish the game without it crashing if you're playing it on PC. But if you're willing to make saves and get through crash points, you can technically finish it. It's just really shitty. Really bad. So if you're looking for like the most stable overall version of Homecoming to play the 360 version, preferably on an Xbox One or a Series S. Order soldiers talking to each other about the other guards that we just murdered. I haven't seen those guys in a while. They're probably fine. Hey, fellers. Hear Elle screaming in the other room. Ow, you're cheating. One at a time. Ow, you're cheating. Nice. Pop! Pop! Stay down. No. Stop it. What the fuck was that sound? Pop. Stay down. That's what the screaming is? Thought it was just part of the ambience. Nope. That's Curtis scaring Elle and making her scream in the room over here. You can hear him saying stuff too. You'll pay for your crime.
Elle!
Yeah, some more taken directly from Hostel.
It's a damn shame. People in the streets such nice things.
No!
Sorry, what?
Please, no!
The audio sucks. Could you repeat that? All right. Yeah, bring it on, Leatherface.
You're going down.
Ow. What the hell, man? That thing is sharp. That's a nasty slash across your face and throat. Ah, shit. I was gonna shoot him with his gun. Oh well, good enough.
Alex. My mother.
I'm sorry, Elle.
God, I can't believe this.
We gotta get you out of here. Come on.
All right. Curtis is fucking dead. Just combo him. Nobody can handle the fucking knife combo. Strongest thing in the game. Heater room 301. Oh my god. His body faded away just like normal enemies. Looks like a doctrine describing their faith. It reads, "Every child born of the flesh bears the filth of the flesh that created it. The lives of the unpure are steeped in filth, and their deeds and words spread filth through the world." Isn't that what Kojima said about Quiet in Metal Gear Solid 5? Something about you're gonna regret your words and deeds. Even death is not enough to cleanse generations of this filth from the flesh. The only way to ensure these poor souls can live pure lives is to cleanse the flesh from their bodies. You'll be ashamed of your words and deeds. So that's just the cult doctrine talking about the children inheriting the sins of their fathers, sins of their parents, and why the children are being sacrificed to appease their god. All right. Let's get out of here, Elle. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up.
Let's go.
Let's blow this pop stand. You can't be here.
You want a piece of
You can't tell me what to do. Guy with a gun might. Guy with a gun might. Ow. Ow. Guy with a gun told me what to do. It hurt. It hurt so much on hard mode. He didn't even shoot the gun. He just hit me with it, and it still did so much damage. At least shoot the gun. He didn't need to. He knew he didn't have to waste the bullet. That he could just bash my fucking skull in. And it worked. He found my weak point. Yeah. Get it.
Let's go.
Yeah. Now I'm the guy with a gun. Oh my god. L. You gonna just stand there and take that? Fight back. Kick his ass, L. Kick his ass, Seabass. Aw, come on. You can do better. I'll let you borrow my knife. Get him, L. You got this. I believe in you. Remember your CQC. She took that like a fucking champion. Better than Alex. I mean, growing up with, like, Judge Holloway as your mother, she's probably no stranger to being slapped around.
Let's go.
Let's go. For real this time. Oh, shit. Oh, hold on. Quit moving around. Hey, buddy. No. L, move away. Run, L. Flee. Hide from the guy trying to murder you. Or... Sure. Great job. You did it. Propaganda on why people should join their religion. The time has come. These dark days are merely a test to find the worthy. None of you will survive the coming fires. You know this in your hearts. All of the horrors you may have witnessed are nothing compared to the hell that awaits you. We know your fears. We know you are not mad. Flee to us for shelter from the coming storm. Flee to us to absolve your sins. Flee to us because you have nowhere else to run. Please join us at our weekly service, Friday, 6 p.m. at the Church of the Holy Way. Coffee and donuts. You have nowhere to run. But there's donuts. But seriously, the fires of hell are going to consume you. Come for the coffee and donuts. Stay for the salvation of all mankind through a world purged with fire. This paper lists more people they've brought here to torture. By decree of the ordained council, the following have been chosen to serve the will of our divine Lord: Autry, H, Thomas S, Terry L, Maggie G, Mary A, Sarah E, David S, Julie J, Susie R, William H, Reese T, Millie A. Remember, the penalty for not serving our Lord is death. Do not keep company with those who have not faith. For what is there in common between righteousness and evil, or between light and dark? Adam Shepherd. Broken. More ambient screams of just people being tortured in the background. This is where everybody in the town has wound up disappearing to. It's a memo. It reads, "The experiment failed. It was a shining hope for us all, but the weakness of a few has darkened that light for us all. We won't name names, Shepherd family. However, we will survive. We must. Our purpose is too great to be halted, and no cost is too great in the service of our Lord. Shepherd's Glen is lost, and its people are doomed to hell and don't even know it. It falls to us and our enduring order to save them. We alone can offer them salvation, and their salvation lies here in Silent Hill, where we belonged all along. Go save them all. They are frightened and know not what awaits them if they refuse us, so give them the choice. JARHDHGP." Oh my god. Citizens of Shepherd's Glen are being abducted and brought here to Silent Hill. You just figured that out? You read that in a letter from your father like hours ago. Try to keep up, Alex. I got all of my weapons back. Yeah. Laser pistol. I missed you. Missed you so much. And some of that sweet, sweet serum. Also, I can just kind of clip to the end of the game through this wall if I really wanted to. You just leave L here. Be like, bye. I'm just going to phase through this wall. Go finish the game right now. Who's dumber, Alex or Henry? Henry. Alex would at least recognize what an ambulance siren is. Like, he would hear that and know what that sound is. As opposed to Henry, who wakes up and hears that, like, what is that sound? I've never heard anything like it. What could it possibly mean? It's so fucking backwards in Silent Hill 4. There's like the common logic stuff that, you know, Henry hears an ambulance and he's like, what the fuck is that sound? But then when he gets told the very vague information from Joseph about going down to the deepest part of Walter and finding the one truth, he tells Eileen that, like, with the utmost confidence, like he completely understands it. Let's do that. Police rifle. It's a set of bylaws for how to live by the Order's system of beliefs. 1. Commitment. All members of the Order must have fully committed themselves to this purpose in their beliefs, their activities, and their lives. 2. Membership. Membership within the Order is extended to all that seek the old ways. A. Levels of membership. Sub-A, Mother Circle. The Mother is considered the founding group of the Order. The name of the founding group is the Mother. Cool. That is the same information said twice, in two different ways. B, the Daughter Circle. Any second-generation group hived off of the Mother. C, the Servant Circle. Any third-generation group stemming from the Mother. 3, the High Council. The High Council is set in place as a tool for all within the Order to make use of. The purpose of the High Council shall be to aid in the process of group formation as needed, act as a governing body in matters pertaining to the Order as a whole, and to be a judge/jury if asked to settle disputes. 4, grievances and discipline procedures. All decisions made by the High Council are binding. Presenting your case before the Council implies your acceptance of their decision. Those seeking mediation must contact the scribe. Sub-A, the High Council shall be called in to preside over disputes within a group to hear complaints and accusations of inappropriate acts, abuse of power by leaders, and other complaints that are deemed worthy to preserve the public image or internal integrity of the Order. B, Subsection B, the nature of the disciplinary action shall be decided at the sole discretion of the High Council. These actions shall contain, but not be limited to, assignment of manual labor, persecution of an individual member, banishment of an individual member, and banishment of a group. Subsection C, if an individual member wishes to leave the Order, they are required to bring their request to the High Council. Oh. So it's basically like being a libertarian. I'm in. I want a Silent Hill game about the cult's, like, the Order's lawyer. I want that guy. I want to see the cult's lawyer writing up all of these bylaws. Oh God, no, Wheeler.
Wheeler.
Oh, poor Wheeler. So this is one of my favorite things to mention from the Silent Hill Wiki. There's a part on the Silent Hill Wiki that talks about this scene. And it says, as a point of trivia for Silent Hill Homecoming, that if you ever find somebody and they've been stabbed and have 27 knives just sticking out of them, and you want to help them, don't pull those knives out. You might make things worse. So, just in case you were trying to get medical advice from Silent Hill Homecoming, don't do what's in this game. That should be obvious. And for some reason, that's a note of trivia on the Silent Hill Homecoming page on the wiki. Sure. I mean, it's not wrong. It's just, I don't know if that counts as trivia. That should be in the, like, no shit category. Give him a med kit. It's okay, I pulled all the knives out and gave you a med kit, even though the wiki told me not to. You're gonna be just fine. You're gonna be okay, buddy. Do you want me to undo the cuffs? Or do you want me to leave them? Do you like them? If you're into that, you'll be fine. You'll be fine.
You need to get him out of here.
What about you?
He stopped breathing.
I can't. Not without Joshua.
Go help him, Elle.
Be careful. I can't lose you too.
Seriously, you should go check on him. Which begs the question, how does he get loose later? I guess Elle lets him out. It's just weird that Alex would go through the trouble of, like, removing the knives, giving him the med kit, but we're going to leave him, you know, gonna leave him handcuffed. Doesn't Elle know Josh is dead? No. Elle doesn't know anything. She's been kept in the dark about much of this. Oh. Those distant bell sounds and the distant water sounds. It's the same water and sounds that we were hearing in the nightmare sequence just outside room 206. Outside of Alex's room in the mental hospital. It's a memo. It reads, "The darkness that engulfs us spreads from Shepherd's Glen. We are all threatened by the unholy betrayals of that town and its people. To protect everything we hold dear, the evil of Shepherd's Glen must be destroyed." Who's the main character in this game? Is it someone from another Silent Hill or a new character? He's a new character. Alex Shepherd. Yeah, they don't really repeat protagonists in the Silent Hill series. They do, like, certain characters are in other games or referenced in other games, but you never really play as the same character in multiple games. I guess Silent Hill 1 and Shattered Memories, you're Harry Mason, but two very different Harry Masons, two very different stories. Valtiel 337. Thank you so much for that Prime sub. Appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. Enjoy the emotes. Glad you're enjoying the stream. I'm a big fan. Mr. Valtiel. I hope you're proud of me for helping you find all those lunchboxes. Final room of the game before the final boss. And it's one hell of a fucking puzzle. Well, let's look at it piece by piece. There's tablets etched on the wall. Appears to be written in a strange, symbolic language. Alex, it's called Hebrew. It's not. There we go. We, the family Holloway, in order to ensure our continued protection and prosperity, do enter into this holy contract with our God, accept our duties as keeper of lore, and willingly consign our child to the noose in God's name. So the Holloway family, it says noose, but we see Judge Holloway strangling Nora. So I guess as long as they're strangled, as long as they kill through suffocation. We, the family Bartlett, in order to ensure our continued protection and prosperity, do enter into this holy contract with our God, accept our duties as executor of law, and willingly consign our child to the earth in God's name. So, the Bartlett family, burying their children alive. And a bunch of symbols that we need to pay attention to. The mountain symbol, representing the earth and the Bartlett family. And this symbol up above the text. Because we're going to need to line up several of these symbols. What happens if the person that must do the ritual dies before 50 years? Yeah, like, at that point, Kenny, the ritual is just fucked. There needs to be a child to sacrifice every 50 years, and there needs to be a surviving parent of the child, of the family lineage, to perform it in that specific way every 50 years on a specific date. So if at any point the family line ended, someone didn't have a child, or they died out of time, or anything like that, you know, they fuck it up. They ruin it. Do they have to be kids, or can they be grown-ups? They can be adults, as long as it is the child of a, you know, founding family. They don't necessarily still have to be children when they're killed. Alex would have been an adult when he was sacrificed, if he had been sacrificed according to plan. Nora Holloway was an adult. So, the only ones in this round, like, for the 150th anniversary, that were still children were Joey Bartlett and Scarlet Fitch. They need to have like 4 to 5 kids to make sure everything goes according to plan. Think about it. No, just 2. As long as each of the families has a child to sacrifice for their 50-year mark and another child to continue on the family lineage and do the same in another 50 years, then they can still do it. They mentioned that in a note earlier, where after Alex was born, they tried for another child for a long time and were starting to get really worried. But then they had Josh, and they were relieved, because they knew they could sacrifice Alex, as was the plan, and have Josh to continue on the family lineage. But then Alex fucked everything up. We, the family Shepherd, in order to ensure our continued protection and prosperity, do enter into this holy contract with our God, accept our duties as master of arms, and willingly consign our child to the water in God's name. So drowning, and the Shepherd family symbols, the water, and Poseidon's trident. If you think about it, it's a very feeble ritual. Honestly, with all the specifics of the ritual, it's kind of amazing that they even managed to do it twice across 150 years. Like, I guess there was the original one, and then the first 50 years pass, and then a second time for the 50-year anniversary, and then a third time for the 100-year anniversary, but then for the fourth time, the 150th anniversary, Alex Shepherd fucked it all up. So I guess they did it right 3 times, including the first time where they set the precedent for the ritual. Answer's still the same, Kenny. If it doesn't follow the ritual precisely for any reason, it is fucked. The pact is broken, and all hell breaks loose. They lose that protection from the spiritual power of Silent Hill. We, the family Fitch, in order to ensure our continued protection and prosperity, do enter into this holy contract with our God, accept our duties as performer of rites, and willingly consign our child to the knife in God's name. For the Fitch family having to dismember, and their symbol is a person. So we have the Holloways, and a symbol representing air, as well as the scales representing judgment, and Judge Holloway herself. Kind of the family lineage. We have the mountains representing the earth for the Bartlett family, and Triangle Man, Pyramid Head. Shepherd family with water and the trident. And Fitch family, symbol of the person and the eye. So now we have a bunch of things, a bunch of symbols that we can rotate and have to line up. And they give you a little bit of help with this one to get you started. It's a prescription pad from Dr. Fitch. He must have stood here during the last ritual. So we know where the position for Dr. Fitch would be and what we need to rotate over to this point. And notice there's multiple human figures along with everything else. So there's a couple different ways to arrange this. But let's turn the inner ring. And see if it'll be this first one. Then we'll rotate the outer ring. Symbol of the eye. Same thing on this one. There's multiple eyes. If you go to the first one, this is now technically lined up for the Fitch family, but then the Bartlett family symbol is not lined up with the secondary Bartlett family symbol. It's lined up with the Holloway symbol. The Holloway symbol on the top is lined up with the Shepherd family symbol. You gotta keep going. Almost there. There's no way to do this any faster. You gotta watch it turn that slow every time. And that does it. The rings have locked in place. So we have the three founding families, with the exception of the Shepherd family, all lined up. Fitch family on the right. Holloway's up top. Bartlett family on the left. So now we just have to put together the symbols for the Shepherd family, which are on the door itself. is the symbol of water and the symbol of the trident. And that is the final puzzle of the game. All that remains is the last cutscene, the last boss, and our ending. Why does the Shepherd family get a different treatment? The name of the town is Shepherd's Glen. They named it. Out of all of the founding families, they were the foundingest of families. This is the sacrificial altar for the Fitch family. Theodore Fitch, Rose Fitch, Rusty Fitch, and then lastly, Scarlet. This must be the altar where Dr. Fitch put Scarlet after he dismembered her. There are 4 names on this plaque. Theodore Fitch, Rose Fitch, Rusty Fitch, Scarlet Fitch. So all of their sacrifices up to this point. The Bartlett sacrificial altar. This must be where Mayor Bartlett laid Joey's dead body after he buried him alive. Plaque has 4 names written on it. Helen Bartlett, Charles Bartlett, Tricia Bartlett, then Joseph Bartlett. Little Joey. The Holloway sacrificial altar. This must be where Nora was brought after Judge Holloway suffocated her. They've been around for 200 years then? 4 people in all. No. They say at the very beginning of the game, it's the 150th anniversary of the town. So there is the founding of the town, where they initially started the ritual with the first 4 sacrifices. Then 50 years after that, the second time it happens. 100 years after that, or, another 50 years would be the 3rd time. And then the 4th time, 150th anniversary, which is what current timeline is happening in, where all the other families sacrificed their 4th person who was supposed to be sacrificed, except for the Shepherds. They fucked up. Wrong kid. So the 4th ones are the ones that have been happening, recently. Was there a certain day the sacrifice had to be done? When did they determine when to do it? I don't know how they determine any aspect of this ritual. They don't really talk about that in great detail. As far as the day that it has to be done, it's the day of the town's anniversary. So I think it's September 24th. Again, it's stuff that was on a poster that we read at the beginning of the game 13 hours ago. This must be where Nora was brought after Judge Holloway suffocated her. 4 names written on the plaque: Anne Holloway, Ernest Holloway, Lawrence Holloway, and Nora Holloway. And lastly, the Shepherd sacrificial altar. Daniel Shepherd, Thomas Shepherd, Rebecca Shepherd, and then Alex Shepherd. Also, Alex is Alex's full first name. It's not short for Alexander. For Joey Bartlett, they didn't put Joey Bartlett. They wrote out Joseph. But for Alex, they don't write out Alexander. Apparently, his name is just Alex. 4 names written on the plaque: Daniel Shepherd, Thomas Shepherd, Rebecca Shepherd, then Alex. Was Mary intended to be a relative of Alex's? I mean, obviously they were 2 completely different writing teams, and they did not have any aspects of Homecoming written when they made Silent Hill 2. So in the context of Silent Hill 2, no. The Shepherd family and all of this game and everything was not even a thing. In the context of retcon, this game tries to make it seem like that. There is supplementary material, stuff that was on the Homecoming website, where Alex is talking about a lot of history of Silent Hill and stuff like that. And he mentions Mary Shepherd Sunderland and comments that, like, maybe she's a distant relative. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But yeah, that's entirely Homecoming retcon stuff that shouldn't really be considered canonical. I like how he traces his finger along with it. Like it's taken him that long to read it. Daniel Shepherd.
What's the matter?
Get dressed.
What are you doing here, Alex? That'll freak if he finds out.
Give that to me. Someone will see us.
No!
It's okay. I'm not gonna let anything happen to you.
Why are we here, Alex? What's going on?
What's the matter? You scared?
Oh no, I'm cool. It's just... Dad never lets us out on the lake.
Not you, anyway. Dad thinks you're a little baby who can't do anything on his own.
Oh yeah? Then why'd he give me this?
What is that?
It's Dad's ring. But he told me not to show you, so I guess that makes me cooler.
Let me see it.
No!
What a piece of crap.
It's not. It's worth more than $1 million. That's why Dad gave it to me. Give that back! Give that back! Come on!
Josh! Josh!
Do you know what you've done?
It was an accident.
This is not the way it's supposed to be. I chose you. Now you've ruined it for all of us.
No, he's okay. He's right. He's like, no. No, I can save him. I can save him. He's okay.
You know how it is. No one ever leaves this place.
Well. So there we have our dramatic conclusion. Alex has finally gotten past his delusions of being in the military and what's happened with Josh. That he's responsible literally for just being stupid. Like, he's an idiot. He took a boat out onto the lake at the middle of the night just because he wanted to, because his dad tells him not to, and fights with his brother over a ring. And because Josh dies, everything is fucked. The entire town and everyone in it, all the people who've died as a result of the ritual failing, all Alex's fault for just being stupid. What the fuck is this boss even supposed to be? So, we've had all these bosses that represent all of the aspects of the sacrificed child from each family. Josh liked spiders, and so it takes on a spider-like appearance. But then there's also symbolism through the fact that it's pregnant with Josh. The face is all split up. It's metallic, like doctor's instruments. The legs and arms of Amnion are those metal doctor's instruments from the nightmare scene in the very beginning of the game. So, little aspects that they've been foreshadowing since, like, the intro. All sort of showing in the design of this final boss. All right, and this is it for Silent Hill Homecoming. Enjoy the ending. I'll be back after the credits, but that's going to be it for me. And I'll be back in a couple days to stream Silent Hill Shattered Memories. Yeah, enjoy the ending. I'll be back after the credits.
Sorry, Josh. Never meant for this to happen. Here, buddy. Take this. I forgot. Wait, what are you doing? Was this a dream? Is Joshua okay?
It's not working.
I didn't go anywhere?